Center. I get to the edge of the building and the building is no longer blocking the wind. I've had things that just got sucked right out of my hand.
That's Debbie Smith. She's in charge of, among other things, the St. Mary Visitor Center.
You know, it's also funny, we'll often get these high wind warnings. I think it was for 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts and maybe even as high as 85. And I've told people that don't live around here that's our weather forecast, and they're like, oh no, that can't possibly be right. You know, you couldn't possibly have wind that high, but we do.
How does wind affect people's experience when they're visiting the St. Mary area?
Partly it's just about the sort of obvious things like making sure their tents don't blow away and making sure when you're eating lunch that you have, you know, a hold of everything that you brought with you. And then there's also being able to see what the park is like, and whether it's seeing St. Mary Lake on a day that it's really windy with huge whitecaps. Even sometimes at the St. Mary Visitor Center on really windy days, we'll get the spray from the lake hitting the windows on the side of the building because it's just blowing it that far.
And the visitor center is not right on the edge of the lake there. The wind has to carry that spray over a quarter mile for it to hit the building. When people are hiking in St. Mary, what are some of the effects of wind that they might see in the plants or the landscape?
One would be flagging on trees. When you see trees that basically all the branches on the windward side are broken off or they're kind of deformed, so that side that's facing the direction from which the wind is blowing, and then it resembles a flag because all of the branches are just on the other side. Besides
the practical side of not letting things blow away, do you think you've learned anything from the wind there?
I think a lot of it is just learning about this place. And I mean, there's, you know, the obvious challenges that it presents to people like you were mentioning, but I think also the wind is something that makes the east side of the park really beautiful, and it makes it, you know, this diverse place and dynamic and harsh and wonderful all at the same time. It just adds to the experience, and it creates the amazing place that we have on the east side.
How does wind affect life in your area? Does it invert umbrellas, sculpt dunes, or drive wildfire? Maybe you hardly think about the wind at all. The way you interact with wind is largely dependent on where you live. In Tornado Alley, wind is a life-altering force. But in other parts of the country, it might be more of a curiosity. In this episode, we're going to look at two elements that, perhaps like the wind, have been eliminated as a major factor in many people's lives, but that still find a home in Glacier National Park. First, you'll hear a story about the grizzly bears in the park, and then about our dark, starry night skies. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Kalispel people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Michael.
And we're both rangers here.
In this episode, we'll be in the St. Mary Valley.
St. Mary Lake is the second largest lake here, and home to some of the most breathtaking scenery anywhere in the park.
I mean, the view from Wild Goose Island overlook is even on Montana State driver's licenses. It's so beautiful.
Really, it is?
Yeah, I mean, look at your own. It's like the shimmering thing in the background that they...
Oh yeah, there it is, Wild Goose Island.
So we're headed to St. Mary because it is a great place to look for experiences that, over time, have grown harder and harder to find anywhere else.
Yeah, Glacier is in many ways the last best place for experiences that the rest of the world may once have taken for granted, but have since faded away.
Today, we're going to focus on two of those experiences. One that it helps to get up early for, and one that it helps to stay up late.
Yes, something for the early birds and the night owls.
Now, one thing that makes Glacier special is that we are home to an abundant and diverse range of wildlife.
We have 71 species of mammal, 276 different birds, 6 amphibians, and even 3 reptiles live here.
And I'm curious what your experience has been, Andrew, but as an interpretive ranger, it seemed like half of the questions I got from visitors were logistical, like where should I hike, is this campground open, etc. And the other half was about wildlife. Do you have moose here? Yes. Where can I see a mountain goat? That sort of thing.
Definitely. You could make someone's whole trip by just pointing a spotting scope at a herd of bighorn sheep.
But that excitement for wildlife encounters can go both ways, because some people are thrilled at the prospect, but others are actually scared. Glacier's home to predators like mountain lions and wolves, but the critters most people think about when they're here are bears.
We have a lot of bears here.
Both black and grizzly bears.
As of 2018, the population of grizzly bears for the whole northern continental divide ecosystem, of which Glacier is a small part, was estimated to be about 1,050 individuals. Of these, about 250 to 300 would live in Glacier.
Wow.
Some bears are going to spend part of their lives in the park, part of their lives outside of the park. And the black bear population in Glacier was thought to be about 600.
I've heard that that's more grizzly bears per acre than anywhere else in the lower 48. But how do we even know that? This place is huge. It's like finding 1,000 needles in a million-acre haystack.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty big undertaking to get those numbers. I actually talked to Tabitha Graves, the scientist who was involved with a lot of this research.
Hi, I'm Tabitha Graves. I am with USGS. I'm a research ecologist.
Not only is it a massive area to survey, you have to figure out how to distinguish individual bears so you don't just keep counting the same ones.
And I know with birds, in these sort of situations, biologists will catch them and mark them with a leg band, some other animals with ear tags.
Yeah, but capturing and marking hundreds of grizzly bears would be super expensive and time-consuming. Sounds very dangerous and would probably seriously disturb the animals. So the scientists used some really cool technological advances to measure the bear population in a different way.
Back in 1998, my predecessor in my job, Kate Kendall, started doing research using genetics of bears. She put out strands of barbed wire around some trees in the woods with some stinky lure in the center of it, and found out that grizzly bears would go in to smell that. When they did that, when they walked over or under the barbed wire, a few strands of hair would be pulled out. And in that hair, there's DNA in the hair follicle, and from that you can identify individual bears.
With the DNA captured in a hair trap, you could tell how many distinct individuals were around. This initial experiment proved the concept, and then they did a much bigger study in 2004.
Before we got a population estimate, it was the first population estimate that had good confidence intervals and was fairly precise. That was 765 animals was the point estimate in 2004.
From there, they took the survey even wider, and I cannot overstate how big of a project it is. They were monitoring a ton of hair traps across the whole northern continental divide ecosystem. Michael, do you want to take a guess at how many rub sites they were monitoring for bear hair?
Well, I imagine they tried to put them all over the park in the different regions. I'm going to say maybe like 500.
We had, across the whole ecosystem, there are around 4,000 rub objects per year.
4,000? Yeah. Holy crap, that's a lot.
Yeah, and Tabitha told me that this genetic data is useful for a lot more than just those population surveys.
That's the cool thing about having genetic data is that you can not only identify individual bears, but you can actually see who's related to who.
For instance, they found
that one male grizzly bear that had 101 descendants. So that included his offspring, his grand cubs, and his great-grand cubs.
So how's the population doing now?
It actually seems like it's still growing, even in Glacier National Park, which Tabitha said is good news.
Well, we were actually surprised that the population was still growing in Glacier Park because the protections have been so strong here for so long. We thought it was possible that it would just be completely stable. Because bears have larger home ranges, it could be that changes that are going on the Blackfeet Reservation or the Whitefish Range are also influencing the number of bears here.
Wow, that's amazing. But it makes it all the more frustrating that I haven't seen any in the park this summer. I saw one really early in the spring, but once summer started, I just haven't been able to find them.
Have you been out looking for them?
Yeah, I've driven all over. I did a ton of biking and day hiking. I've gone backpacking collectively for nearly 20 days so far, and no bears.
Wow, that's pretty bad luck.
So as a last-ditch effort, I thought I'd go to St. Mary. Along St. Mary Lake is a stretch of open meadows called Two Dog Flats, a place where in the past I've seen bears before.
Yeah, me too. It's great habitat.
And a common piece of wisdom is that if you want to see wildlife, it helps to get up early. So this morning I left the house around 5. Really early. Let's get this over with.
That's especially true in the summer when it gets hot in the middle of the day. Wildlife like bears are going to be more active around dusk and dawn.
Exactly. So with that in mind, I drove over to St. Mary from the west entrance, a nearly 2-hour drive, to make it there before sunrise.
before sunrise?
Yep.
You don't have the reputation of being
No, I'm not very much of a morning person.
There it is.
But this was serious business. I can't have gone the whole summer without seeing a bear.
Seriously.
And that's a promising sign. I just drove through some bear poop.
So I parked on a roadside pull-off, got out my binoculars, and scanned the horizon.
And binoculars will definitely help. At a distance, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between black and grizzly bears.
So there's 8 species of bears in the world, and brown bears, grizzly bears, Kodiak bears are all the same species. Grizzly bears and black bears are different species, and some of the differences between them are grizzly bears are more oriented towards digging. Black bears climb trees more.
One of the most common misconceptions is that black bears are all black and that grizzly bears are all brown. The truth is we have brown black bears, black grizzly bears, and they're examples of both species that are cinnamon or blonde here in the park.
So don't rely on the fur. Look for physical characteristics. Tabitha mentioned that grizzly bears like to dig. That means they have huge shoulder muscles that give them a really pronounced hump on their back. Black bears, on the other hand, spend a lot of time climbing trees, which gives them really strong hindquarter muscles and gives them a nice big rump. And there are other little things to look for too. Grizzly bears have longer claws, black bears have a straighter snout. But to use any of this information, you have to find a bear in the first place, which was something after an hour I had not managed to do.
Well, the first thing I've seen that isn't a bush is a deer bounding through the field.
You didn't find any bears there?
No.
How long did you wait?
3 hours.
Oh, wow.
I'm parked like on top of a pile of bear poop. So I know that they come through here, but there's been nothing.
But I didn't want to throw in the towel that easy. Just a few miles away, the trail to Otokomi Lake started, a trail I've also seen a bear on. So I decided to try my hand at seeing a bear while hiking. And with very high hopes of seeing bears earlier in the summer, I interviewed one of Glacier's resident bear experts. Could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, Michael, I'm Bob Adams, and I have been here in Glacier as a seasonal ranger for specifically 44 seasons before this.
Bob is a legend in Glacier. After serving in the military, he came to Glacier on a whim in 1966, went on a day hike to the Sperry Chalet, and wound up meeting his now wife, Carolyn.
And I did a lot of hiking up to Sperry. In fact, I packed a half-gallon ice cream solid with dry ice and packed it up to Sperry. I think that's the only reason that Carolyn and I ended up together. I don't know.
That ice cream?
The ice cream, you betcha.
More or less, he's been here ever since, wearing a variety of hats. He's staffed entrance stations, campgrounds, done law enforcement, but has spent most of his time as the lead bear management ranger in Many Glacier.
I haven't counted up exactly the number of years, but it's been about 25 to 30, I would say, as bear management ranger at Many.
A job that often entails direct contact with bears, even deciding if a trail needs to be closed for bear danger. But to hear him say it, the job is mostly about people.
My emphasis is in meeting the public and trying to educate the public every day on the trail about bear safety, certainly, and safety around large animals, and safety in regard to other environmental hazards of the park.
I figured he'd be the perfect person to ask about how to safely see a bear on trail.
The ideal situation, in my estimation, for seeing a bear, black bear grizzly, is when it's way more than 100 yards away from you, up in a hillside or down in a valley. It's a pretty exciting experience to get that chance and have a few minutes to stop and look and get out your binoculars.
Seeing wildlife from a safe distance is obviously the best scenario for all involved. Seeing animals up close can be a different story.
Moose are very large animals, maybe 1,000, 1,100 pounds with a brain the size of a walnut. I mean, nothing could go wrong, I'm sure. So, anyway.
If you're in its personal space, any animal, or person for that matter, will respond more dramatically. So, keeping wildlife at a distance is step one. In fact, park guidelines state that you should stay 25 yards from herbivores like deer and mountain goats, and 100 yards from predators like bears.
Which is easier said than done. On a lot of trails in the park, it's pretty rare to be able to see anything, let alone a bear, from 100 yards away. Twists and turns in the trail mean trees and rocks can block your view.
Exactly. And while it's never ideal to be up close and personal with a bear, the worst case scenario is to surprise one, something you can easily imagine happening around a blind corner. So the best thing to do while hiking is to regularly let them know you're there.
To minimize the likelihood of encountering a bear or surprising a bear is to make noise when you travel. That means using your voice to call out. It's not conversation. People say, oh yeah, we're talking. There we go. Okay, sometimes your conversation carries quite a distance if the wind is blowing, but usually it does not.
Coming through.
Bears have an incredible sense of smell. They are believed to be able to smell things from over a mile away, but their sense of hearing is about as good as ours.
I, in Glacier Park, am just obnoxiously known for my presence, I guess. Every 50 yards or so, I'll shout out, especially around a blind corner where there's high noise from wind or waterfall or stream nearby. You want bears to know you're in the area because bears' natural inclination is to move away from people. Even though they're accustomed to our presence, they have no interest in really getting up close and personal with us. So give them that opportunity.
So making noise is a must, even if it feels a little silly sometimes.
Making noise has helped me avoid surprising bears, but it won't always prevent you from running into them.
You're right. Sometimes even if they know you're there, you might still see them.
We get reports all the time, every summer, every week, in the visitor center. Oh, bear was coming toward me. It was charging me. It was lots of different things in their perception, but the bear usually is just walking toward them, and they are petrified, and you and I can understand how that might be if you've never been around a bear, maybe even in a zoo.
Yeah.
This is daunting. And if the bear, for example, is walking on the trail toward you or it's coming up behind you on the trail, and that's when they really get excited because they are sure the bear is after them. It's very personalized.
Yeah.
That's not the case. The bear is moving where it wants to go. The trail is the easiest way for the bear to travel.
One time, a few years ago, I was leading a ranger hike up to Avalanche Lake, and we were all stopped talking about the trees, and someone very calmly tapped me on the shoulder and said that there was a black bear coming down the trail. It made total sense. Why would the bear want to bushwhack through the brush when there's a trail that's clear right there?
Precisely. And Bob has advice if you ever find yourself in that situation.
What we as visitors and hikers should do is move slowly away from the bear, back up slowly. And if you find a spot on the trail that's safe for you to get off on the downhill side of the trail, not over a cliff, but where you can walk down 5 or 10 yards and just stand still, the bear is going to walk past you. That's what the bear is going to do. It may turn and look at you. You may feel more comfortable, and it's perfectly okay to get out your bear spray and have it in your hand, but do not plan to discharge it at the bear. That's just going to stir things up. There's no need to do that.
That's how it's happened in my experience. Just moved my group off as far as we could, and the bear just strolled right past us and kept minding its own business. But he also mentioned bear spray.
He did. Bear spray is the #1 recommended deterrent for diffusing or preventing bear encounters. Easier to use and shown to be even more effective than firearms. But what is it?
Well, it would be a dangerous mistake to think of it as a repellent, like mosquito repellent. You do not want to spray it on yourself. What it is a high volume, high concentration, high pressure can of what's essentially pepper spray.
And having been on the wrong end of an accidental discharge, it is not fun to deal with personally.
This stuff is very effective if used properly.
Emphasis on if you use it properly.
Because most people do not take the time to learn a couple of things about bear spray. One is when one should use it and how.
So if you're visiting the park, you should get bear spray, but you should also head to a visitor center to learn how to discharge it.
Yeah, during the summer, we would lead twice daily bear spray demonstrations at the Apgar Visitor Center, using a can of inert spray that doesn't have the pepper in it to show people the ropes.
There are some basics like knowing you've got 5 to 7 seconds worth of spray in there and knowing where to aim.
You just have to aim it correctly. You want to aim it down so that it hits the ground in front of the bear that's moving toward you, so it rolls up into the bear's face. You don't want to aim it straight at the bear's face because it comes out in a cone-shaped pattern. Half of that bear spray will go over the top of the bear's head. You don't want that. And you don't want to do this when the bear is 30 yards away or 20 yards away. It is not effective.
Armed with that knowledge, you can prepare for an instance when it would be needed.
If you surprise a bear, which is the most likely scenario for getting hurt by a bear, especially a sow with cubs, coming around a blind corner, and you have not been making noise or whatever, it didn't work, you're at 20 yards from the bear or less, and suddenly that bear comes at you. That bear is moving 44, 45 feet a second. I mean, you don't have time to think about this. While you are aiming at the bear's chest and at its paws, you're going to discharge that spray. You can give it a short burst as soon as you get that out of your pack. Give it a half second or so if the bear is at 20 yards. Within a very short time, it's going to be on you. Discharge the whole thing in its face. I mean, just hold it down.
With a face full of bear spray, that bear is going to scamper off in search of a quiet place to wait out its new whole head hangover. In a little while, they'll be just fine, and you'll be long gone. The stuff just works.
You have to have that bear spray somewhere where you have actually gone through the physical motions of putting your hand on that spray and ripping the Velcro. You should be able to get that out in 1 to 2 seconds. It can be done, but you need to practice that.
I have never once needed to use my bear spray, but even still, I had Bob's advice in the back of my head on the way to Otokomi Lake. Making plenty of noise, being observant, and keeping my bear spray handy.
But I still hadn't seen any wildlife. That is, until I rounded the corner, got to the lake itself, where all of a sudden, just 20 feet from me, a fish jumped and splashed in the creek.
Oh, come on.
Kind of scared me, what?
You knew what you were implying had happened.
Okay, believe me, I was disappointed too. I ate lunch there for 30 minutes, eventually started down to the car with my proverbial tail between my legs. I didn't see any wildlife on the hike out either. Only a few other hikers going the other way.
Well, don't beat yourself up too much.
Yeah, well, something else Bob had said was reverberating in my head the whole hike out. No matter how badly I wanted to see a bear,
Most people are going to walk up any given trail at Mini Glacier or elsewhere in the park, and they're not going to see a bear, either a black bear or a grizzly bear. They just aren't.
just because they're more common here than elsewhere doesn't mean you're going to see one. And even if more times than not you don't see one, you always have to be prepared in case you do. Because normally, you see them when you least expect to.
I see people stopped.
Sure enough, I had given up all hope as I began my long drive back home. I mean, I'd been out for nearly 12 hours. But before I could even drive out of the St. Mary Valley, I noticed cars parked at a roadside pullout.
Oh?
And I thought back to one more thing Bob had mentioned. Bear jams.
And a lot of them are just happy to see them from the roadside, which creates some other problems. Bear jams.
And not jam like jelly, right?
No.
The piling in of cars along the road. And
Seeing a lot of cars parked in the road or at a pullout with no trailhead is usually a sign that somebody spotted an animal. And animal sightings are exciting, but these bear jams can be problematic.
preventing bears from even crossing the road to get to water because there are 30 to 40 cars parked solid.
People essentially acting as a barrier between the bear and food or drinking water.
Exactly.
People out of the cars and advancing toward the bears. I mean, it's hard being a bear, I guess you could say.
With a roadside bear sighting, if you're the one driving and you spot it and nobody else has seen it yet, what should you do?
Well, I can tell you what you should do, perhaps, and I'll tell you what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. You're going to stop, and you're going to call the kids to the window, and if it's no more than that, at least you're going to be there clicking from the car. And, of course, once you do that, other cars pile in, and then the thing goes pretty quickly to chaos, or it certainly can. What you should do is take a look, slow down, take a look, keep moving. That's what we'd like people to do. It never happens.
But amazingly, that afternoon, everyone had pulled safely off the road into a large pull-off that didn't interfere with traffic in any way and had binoculars trained up the hillside where over 100 yards away, 2 grizzlies were foraging.
Really? That's awesome.
We came across someone else who had spotted him when he was further down the mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge, isn't it?
I mean, it was the perfect bear encounter. They were enormous, for one. Like, the one bear was scarily huge. They were far away, and we weren't bothering them in the slightest.
That's really good to hear.
And people there were clearly absorbed by the experience. One couple set up a spotting scope to share with everyone so you could see them really clearly. And many were seeing a grizzly bear for the first time.
I was looking, I thought it was going to be dark.
Me
Well,
too.
the back is
If
dark.
when he turns
And
the
the front
butt.
is light.
But he really is.
But as fun as it is to make sure I didn't add to the parking problem, after I got a good look and talked to a few people, I got back in my car and I kept driving. Now, I spent all day trying to find a grizzly, and I was mesmerized when I did, along with everyone else at that roadside pull-off. But as we hinted at earlier, seeing a grizzly bear hasn't always been that rare of an experience.
Most people know that the range of the grizzly was vastly larger. I think it stretched back almost to the Mississippi River if you go back 300 years or so.
Through 200 years of hunting and poaching, the grizzly population of the lower 48 was reduced by as much as 99% compared to 1800 levels. Today, thanks to conservation efforts like the Endangered Species Act and even protected lands like Glacier, they're no longer on the brink of extinction, but they are still far less common than they once were.
And as exciting as it is to find one today, bears aren't just here for us to see. This isn't a zoo. They play a really vital role in the ecosystem. Here's Tabitha Graves again.
They have effects on lots of different parts of the ecosystem. Because they dig for roots a lot, particularly in the spring and the fall, they're actually digging up the soil, and that's actually a kind of nutrient cycling. They might eat huckleberries, for instance, in one place, and then because they can move such large distances, being large animals, they are really important for seed dispersal.
They regulate prey populations, break down logs. Really, the list goes on and on. Their role in this ecosystem is enormous.
The fact that we not only have them here today, but that thousands, millions of us each year can share this place with them speaks to the strides we've made in bear management, which, as Bob put it, used to be, well, different.
Oh, bear management has changed quite a bit. Oh, will you indulge me a little story here?
Go right ahead.
A story from Bob's first season as an employee in 1967.
We road patrol rangers would cruise through the campground in the evening because they invariably had bear problems because there were no bear-proof cans, garbage cans. They just had regular 50-gallon galvanized cans, and people left their gear, their stoves, their food, their ice chest out.
So bears could get into these things and learned that they had food in them.
You can find out where the bear is because you hear people shouting and banging on their pots and pans. Hey, bear, hey, 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 bang, 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 bang. So we know where the bear is, so we cruise up. And we had a really fun tool in those days. Crazy, we could have died using this, but we had a shaved-off wooden baseball bat behind the back seat. We'd jump out with a baseball bat and shout at the bear and run up and whack it in the butt. I'm not kidding you. With a baseball bat, a black bear, when it's sitting there at the table, going through somebody's ice chest.
Yeah.
And wail on it, and that bear would take off like a rocket and go up the nearest tree. And we'd say, okay, job done, we're moving on. Guess what? 15 minutes later, bear's down working the campground again. Now, that was bear management in 67.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
No way, that's crazy.
I lost it. But this technique of bear management is dangerous for more than just the ranger carrying the bat. Visitors were injured or killed by bears that started to see us as a source of food, and more bears had to be euthanized too for this behavior. Understandably, things are different now.
We've definitely changed quite a bit.
Bob covered a lot of ways that we can alter our behavior in bear country, but how can we affect bear behavior?
Yeah, well, thanks to the research of Tabitha and a lot of other scientists, we understand bears a lot better today than we did during Bob's story 50 years ago.
Yeah, we did a study that we called Nature versus Nurture.
And it used that same genetic data that we discussed earlier.
We were trying to understand how grizzly bears become habituated. What we did is we looked to see whether their mothers also had a history of conflict and whether their fathers also had a history of conflict. We found that offspring who got into trouble were more likely to have mothers that got into trouble. And this is consistent with what we know about bear life history. Young bears stay with their mothers for a couple years. So there's an opportunity for them to learn how to get into trouble, basically, or how to learn those associations of humans and food in their early years.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Cubs with habituated fathers who get into food, etc., they don't become habituated, but the cubs that have habituated moms do?
Exactly. And what this means is that since a bear's father doesn't raise it, its only contribution is genes, the behavior isn't inherited.
Okay, so cubs must be taught this behavior by their moms.
Yeah, exactly. So Tabitha told me that this realization emphasized how important it is for visitors here to properly secure their food.
Yeah, our research really highlights the need to prevent food conditioning from happening in the first place, because there could be kind of these longer term effects that could be passed down from mother to offspring. So it's really important to put your food away, make sure that you're storing all of your attractants safely at night inside of a hard-shelled vehicle or in a bear box, in some place that keeps the foods and attractants away from bears.
Wow, talk about the butterfly effect. I knew it could affect our bears today, but if it gets in the hands of or the paws of a female bear,
She's going to teach it to her cubs, and they'll teach it to their cubs, and so on. So it's really important that we always secure our food and trash. It can affect generations of bears.
So as we've learned this information over time, the park's bear management policies have evolved. Given the same situation this summer, you probably wouldn't use a shaved off baseball bat.
No, we wouldn't use the baseball bat. Absolutely not.
Sawn-off baseball bats have given way to a variety of safer and more effective tools that rangers can use to teach bears to keep their distance from us. There's cracker rounds, beanbags, rubber bullets, and also infrastructure set up to know how and when to close trails or campgrounds to prevent encounters in the first place. But like Tabitha mentioned, the most important tool that has kept our wildlife as wild as can be in a place with 3 million visitors a year is food storage.
All foods, all things that are associated with foods kept away at all times except mealtime. That's the mantra.
And the result of all of this is that today in Glacier, you just don't see grizzlies in a dumpster. You don't see bears in the campground running off with bratwursts or breakfast pastries. You see them up on a hillside, foraging for huckleberries, chasing ground squirrels, sliding down snow. And that difference is important.
Oh, that's huge.
So the next time you come visit, read up on our food storage regulations. Buy, carry, and learn how to use bear spray, and embarrass your friends and family by making noise on trail.
Good morning!
Because you might not see a bear. Heck, you probably won't see any. But what if you do? After all, where's the fun in a guarantee?
After the break, our final story. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about their support of astronomy programs.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael here.
Ah, the mad podcasters. How are we doing over there today?
We're doing pretty good, but we've got an issue. We were hoping you could help us settle it. We've been arguing all day about whether the morning or the evening is better here in Glacier National Park.
All right, well, Michael, make your case.
Okay, so I think that the evening is better because there's nothing worse than having to get out of bed early in the morning, and it's a lot easier to stay up late. And the sun doesn't even set, it seems like, till 10 p.m. at some points in the summer, so that's why I think it's better to stay up late.
All right, very good. Andrew, counterpoint?
Well, I've got to say the morning is the best time to be out in Glacier National Park. You get out early, the sky is all lit up with the sunrise. You really can just get going on your day and enjoy all the beautiful scenery. In the evening, it's cold, you're sleepy, can't see much. So, in my opinion, you got to get out early when you're in Glacier.
Wrong. Michael, you are the winner. No doubt about it. For those of my age group, that is a Saturday Night Live ripoff. But we love the evenings here at the Glacier National Park Conservancy because there's so much programming that goes along with the night skies. So evening is the right answer.
Woo! Told you.
Well, I should have known Doug would come down on your side since the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds so many dark sky and astronomy programs in the park.
Yeah, I'm going to be holding this over his head for the rest of the day.
As you should, as you should. You are the king, long live the king.
All right, well, thanks for the time, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
Of course, thank you guys. Call anytime. Cheers.
Yeah, bye.
And we're back. One of the things I think is so unique about this place is that people have a chance to interact with wild animals that are in their natural habitats. It's an experience that would have been really common for our ancestors, but to most modern people, it's just really not part of life anymore.
That's interesting to think about. For thousands of years now, knowing how to interact with large carnivores that could kill you would have been an essential skill, but at some point it just stopped being part of most people's lives.
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about these situations that were part of what it was to be a human for hundreds and hundreds of generations. So long that knowing how to respond to them is literally inscribed in our DNA. One of the amazing things about national parks, in my opinion, is that they connect us to universal ideas of what it means to be human. Visiting a place like Glacier National Park allows you to see and feel the same things that millions of other people have seen and felt here over thousands of years.
I think another example of what you're talking about is looking at the night sky and the Milky Way. For millennia, the Milky Way was just what the night sky looked like. Humans that looked up at the night sky saw the stars and planets and galaxies. In fact, when our nation chose its flag, stars were used because no matter where you lived in the United States, the night sky was a universal experience. But since then, for most people, that experience has faded away. So I think you should check that out.
Well, I have been wanting to go stargazing since the night skies are so well preserved here, but I'm not sure I can really get myself to stay up late enough.
I mean, it's worth it. The park has an observatory even now, so there's more you can see. You won't regret the missed sleep.
All right, I'll do it. Armed with 2 cans of iced coffee, some high-energy music, and my microphone, I drove across the divide from my APGAR office to Glacier's observatory at the St. Mary Visitor Center. There, I met Lee Rademacher, the ranger who spearheads Glacier's astronomy program.
Hey Lee, good to see you.
As he started up the observatory and aimed the telescope, I asked him some questions about Glacier's night sky program. First of all, what do we mean by dark skies?
Dark skies are more than just a night sky. Dark skies are really about a sky that lacks light pollution. It's stray light that shines up into the sky that creates a sky glow, and they are getting rarer and rarer.
Okay, so light pollution is extra light that is making the stars less and less visible?
Yeah, that's right. And having dark skies is actually pretty important.
So in the biologic realm, basically every single organism that lives on the surface of this planet has evolved with a day-night cycle. Our internal workings rely on that day-night cycle to reset the clock. And it's not just, things with eyes. Plants are also impacted by light pollution or by a lack of dark skies.
All right, that makes sense. Plants and animals are used to dark nights. If light pollution makes the night brighter, it can throw things off.
Yeah, but there are cultural impacts too.
Culturally, dark skies are really important. Throughout time, societies around the world have relied on the skies to help tell stories, to help know when animal migrations are going to occur, know when seasons are coming. The skies really help them kind of predict the world around them.
For Lee, the dark skies are one of the best parts of working in Glacier National Park.
To me, dark skies are an opportunity to discover. It's an opportunity for things like mystery and awe.
And sharing that sense of discovery with visitors is really rewarding.
It's really kind of fun because a lot of people that come to the park have never had the opportunity to experience truly dark skies. They often are in a sense of disbelief about what they're actually seeing. And on more than one occasion, people have thought that we were tricking them when we were showing them Saturn through a telescope. They're just kind of blown away and in true disbelief. That's a really fun experience for me to be part of.
Glacier National Park has made a massive effort to expand the opportunities for visitors to experience dark skies here, all of which culminated in Glacier, with Waterton Lakes National Park in Canada, being designated the world's first transboundary dark sky park.
The process of becoming an international dark sky park was pretty extensive.
The park started by hosting night sky interpretive programs. Then, a lighting inventory was conducted, looking for lights all around the park that unnecessarily shine up into the night sky. These lights were then replaced with less polluting and more efficient lights.
And we were able to do that with the help of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
In the midst of this process, the building we find ourselves in right now, the Dusty Star Observatory, was constructed.
We're inside a Sky Shed PodMax 12-foot dome observatory. So it's that kind of classic observatory shape that you've seen in pictures. And in the center of the building is a big steel pier, and sitting on top of the pier is the telescope mount. This mount controls where the telescope points.
As a dark sky park, Glacier has a lot of astronomy programs for people to attend, mostly in the months of July and August at the Apgar and St. Mary Visitor Centers.
And we have astronomers set up that can help people experience the night sky using telescopes, binoculars, and other, even just kind of, sitting out on a lawn chair and looking up and having an astronomer point different objects out to you that you might see with your naked eye.
As we talked, the skies darkened, and by about 11:30, the Milky Way emerged, and stars began to carpet the entire sky above us. It was time for the fun part. Lee pointed the telescope at the planet Saturn. I should note that the telescope in the Dusty Star Observatory is a type called an astrograph,
which is a fancy word for a telescope that you typically don't look through with your eye. And it focuses its light down through the back of the scope, where we have a camera that is able to project or send these images off to the computer.
which is why you'll hear us referencing a screen rather than an eyepiece. I carefully watched as Lee aimed the telescope.
So right now, Saturn has popped up on the screen, and right now it just looks like a really bright white oblong shape. I'll see if I can fine-tune it a little bit to make those rings come out.
In no time, the planet came into focus.
So cool though, like you can very distinctly see the rings.
While Saturn was super cool, I was really hoping I could convince Lee to show me the comet Neowise, which was at its most visible the night I was out there. That particular comet only comes by about every 6,800 years. So it's really no exaggeration to say that seeing it in this telescope would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a few minutes of adjustments, Lee got the comet squarely in the telescope sights, and it didn't disappoint.
So now we've got the nucleus of the comet on the left side of the screen and the tail stretching out to the right.
Oh my god, yeah, that's really impressive. He talked me through what I was seeing here.
So the Neowise is a fairly green hue and actually has a greenish ion trail. Every comet has two tails as it approaches the sun. One is the tail kind of made up of the dust and gas that's kind of blasted off of the core of the comet. And then a second one is an ion tail that's formed from the interaction between the comet and the solar wind. And so the ion tail is kind of this greenish blue, and then the comet itself is more of a kind of a greenish emerald almost color.
Wow, I'm so jealous. I told you it was worth staying up late. Did you get a picture?
We did. Here, check it out.
Oh, wow. You could really see the tail and everything. We should put that on the park's website for listeners to see.
That's a great idea. We can get it up there. By now, as we looked at the comet, it was getting really late. The excitement of seeing the comet had given me a rush of energy, but I knew it wouldn't last forever, and Lee had to work early the next morning.
I think it may be time to call it a night on this fairly successful image. I have a 7 o'clock shift tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta drive back to my school.
You can enjoy the stars on any clear night in Glacier, even if you're not able to make it to an astronomy program. All you really need is a clear view of the sky. Lee recommends bringing some warm clothes, maybe a lawn chair, and a pair of binoculars can help too. And he said that if you can't make it to an event, with a smartphone you can
download an app and point it at the sky and learn a little bit more about what there is up there.
If you decide to check out the stars while you're here, and you definitely should, it was well worth staying up for, it's important to think about leaving no trace. With stargazing, Lee reminded me that Leave No Trace Principle 7, be considerate of other visitors, means taking an effort not to shine bright lights where people are stargazing. If we take these simple steps to leave no trace, we can make sure that there's continued opportunities here to be part of this ancient human tradition of viewing the night sky.
Today, when you look up at the night sky, you're not just seeing the stars. I think you're really connecting to that shared humanity and that shared culture.
Sounds like you had a great night.
I'm really thinking now about all the ways that people and our lighting clashes with the natural dark skies and how it hasn't always been that way. So I called Darnell Rides at the door, and Amskapi Pekuni, our Blackfeet tribal member that I met in another episode, to learn more, and she pointed out the observatory's name. Dusty Star is actually a Blackfeet term for a comet.
Those are comets. We call them dusty stars. It's just kakatoos.
The concept of a dusty star might have been especially relevant this year with the comet Neowise. My coworker Andrew got the chance to go look at that in the St. Mary Observatory.
Oh, how awesome.
Oh yeah, that makes total sense after seeing it. Comets are like just dusty stars.
Yeah, and Darnell told me that the Blackfeet language is a very visual one.
You know, it's interesting to think about. The last time the comet Neowise passed by Earth, some 6,000 years ago, Blackfeet people were probably looking at it up in the sky and calling it by that same word.
The things we talked about today, seeing grizzly bears in the Milky Way, are just a few of the countless unique experiences you could have here.
Yeah, you can also find here some of the last alpine glaciers in the contiguous U.S., endemic plants that occur nowhere else in the world, and opportunities for solitude and quiet that are becoming increasingly rare.
I mean, heck, if you could prove there's a better place on Earth to pick huckleberries, I'll eat my shoe.
These are opportunities for people to connect with the natural world that may disappear forever if we're not careful.
So it's our collective job now to make sure the types of experiences we talked about today, like seeing a bear or viewing the stars in the night sky, are possible for people for another 6,000 years.
I think that if we can learn to come together as a community, we can do it, but it's going to be a big job.
Yeah, but I think we're up to it. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about bear safety or astronomy programs in the park, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Debbie Smith, Darnell Rides at the Door, Tabitha Graves, Bob Adams, and Lee Rademacher.
Welcome to Apgar Village. Apgar sits at the foot of Lake McDonald and is the hub of activity on the west side of the park. You can find all services, with the exception of gas, in Apgar Village. There are several gift and souvenir shops located in the village, and Eddie's Restaurant offers casual dining. Looking to spend a night? The Village Inn has cozy rooms overlooking picturesque Lake McDonald, and the Apgar Village Lodge offers cozy rooms and cabins. The Apgar Visitor Center and Backcountry Permit Office are also located here. Whether you are just here for a drive-through visit or are planning a multi-day backcountry adventure, friendly rangers provide visitors with hiking and trip planning information. Families will find the Discovery Cabin an enjoyable and educational place where kids can have hands-on experience learning about Glacier. Other family activities are available as well. Horseback rides along McDonald Creek and through pine-scented forests offer a chance to see areas not often seen by most visitors. Boats long have been a part of the Apgar scene. Early visitors boarded steam-powered boats for an 8-mile journey up the lake to Lake McDonald Lodge. Boating is still a popular activity on the lake, and boat rentals are available from Glacier Park Boat Company here at Apgar and in other locations around the park. If you have your own boat, a public boat launch is your access to this largest lake in the park. There is something for everyone at Apgar Village, whether you are staying in the area or just passing through.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off, which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been 2 super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Miles Barger.
So I have a quick question for you before we get started on this week's episode. Have you ever hiked with a llama before?
I have not hiked with a llama before.
Is that because you don't want to, or is that because you've never had the opportunity?
I think it would be awesome. I've never had the opportunity. I've definitely seen them around at other parks, but I've always wanted a trail goat. You know, that's a thing. Some people hike with trail goats. Yeah.
So wait, hold on. So what? All right, explain this really quickly before.
No, I've seen people in like national forests. They'll have, you usually need at least two because they're herd animals, and they can carry up to like 50 pounds each. So you can use them as kind of mini pack animals, but you don't have to put them on a string, and they just gather at night. Anyway.
What a chick magnet that would be. That'd be a conversation starter right there. Well, so my trivia question today doesn't have to do with goats. It does have to do with llamas. So, do you know how many llama outfitters currently have contracts to do business in Yellowstone National Park?
I do not. I will guess 11.
It's actually 3. So you had a string of doing really well on these trivia questions that might have come to an end here.
Failure.
So there are 3 outfitters currently that would let you go hiking with a llama. So it's possible. Maybe a bucket list item here. Our guest this morning is someone who probably would have known the answer to that question. So she's Becky Wyman, a concessions management specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. Becky, have you ever hiked with a llama?
I have not.
No. So it sounds like we need like a work trip.
I think so.
To come out of this summer, because I love nothing more than hiking and not carrying my own stuff.
It makes it quite nice.
That sounds awesome. Well, it's awesome having you here today. So we didn't invite you here to just talk about goats and llamas exclusively. Although, if they come up more, I'm totally fine with that. We invited you here because you have a super important job in the Park Service that most visitors would know nothing about. You work a lot behind the scenes. And before we get into the details about what you do, as a concessions management specialist, actually, could you give us like an overview of what concessioners and what CUAs, commercial use authorization holders, like what are all of those things? Because a lot of listeners probably just have no clue what that is.
So our office oversees all of the commercial operators in the park. We have category 1, 2, and 3 contracts, plus our commercial use authorization program. The category 1 contracts include our large concessioners, currently Xanterra, Yellowstone General Stores. They do the lodging and retail type of operations in the park. We also have our service stations. Our CUA program oversees or has our fishing guides, photo tours, environmental education tours, that sort of scope. And then we have our category 2 and 3 contracts, which include our over snow operators in winter. We have a bear spray rental. We have stock outfitters that do day and overnight trips in the park.
Llamas.
That include our llamas, as well as a ski camp in winter that is located at Canyon.
Awesome. So the Park Service doesn't actually have, like, we don't run hotels or things like that.
That is correct. We have contracts that allow other operators to run those, and we oversee those contracts.
That is a lot. How many are there? Just like a rough ballpark. It's always changing, right? The number.
Well, all of our contracts pretty much stay the same. We have the 3 large category 1 contracts. Like I said, the hotels and retail general stores, and our service stations. We have 38 stock contracts that include the 3 llamas. We have 23 over snow contracts and 1 bear spray rental. And then I believe the number of CUAs exceeds 400.
Yeah, that's a lot. So that's a lot that you're overseeing out of the concessions office.
It is.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just thought that would be a good overview of like what your job entails before we kind of dive into the background, and then we'll kind of come back to a typical day of what it's like working as a concessions management specialist. So do you mind telling us a little bit about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service?
So I came to Yellowstone in 1998. I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed fisheries technician. So I started my career with the Park Service at Lake in Yellowstone, and I have never left.
So it hooked you.
It hooked me.
No pun intended.
Anyone get it? And how did you hear about that job?
I think I heard about it through USA Jobs.
Awesome. Yeah, we have, and for those of you who don't know, who are listening to this and don't know what USA Jobs is, we do have an intro episode that kind of explains that, as well as some of the other jargon that we might talk about here. So just refer back to that if you have any questions. So you saw it on USA Jobs, you applied and you got it, and the rest is history.
And I drove my car out from South Carolina and I've never left.
Wow. Okay. So you're from South Carolina. So you're an East Coaster.
I am.
Okay. That's me too. And then you found the mountains and
then I found the mountains.
Back. Gotcha.
Same.
So how did you get from that job, which is very different from what you do now? What was that transition like?
It is. So I worked for fisheries for 3 years. Then I moved to the bison office to follow my husband up to Mammoth. And then I just became a flexible park employee and did a variety of administrative roles. I was the natural resource admin assistant for the Center of Resources, which led me to a detail with at the time, it was the Planning, Compliance, and Landscape Architecture Division. So I was their admin assistant, where I made connections with people in that office that eventually would lead to my transitioning over to the Commercial Services Division in an administrative role. And then I just worked my way up. I oversaw the Commercial Use Authorization Program for several years before I got my current job overseeing the Category 2 and 3 contracts.
Wow. So you've done a little bit of it.
I'm a jack of all trades.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool.
I feel like that's a theme across these episodes. We've either had like people who decide this park is for me, and then you make it work within that park, or some people say this is my job path I want to follow and go wherever they need to go to make that happen. Yeah. Or I guess the third type, which is they just want to work in as many parks as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can spin an NPS career, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been here and you've been at Yellowstone. I don't want to do the quick math. What did you say? 98?
25 years.
Okay.
And, and I am in a dual career family.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that my husband also works for Yellowstone National Park has contributed to me being here as long as I have.
Yeah. So how many like dinner table conversations are just focused on Yellowstone?
All the
time. Or are you guys just like, no, too much Yellowstone. We got to talk about something else.
I live vicariously through his job. He's got a much more interesting job than mine.
Well, so what does he do?
He's bear management.
Okay. So, I think there's lots of interesting things in both of those.
Yes.
In both of those jobs. So what does a typical day in your job look like? Is there a typical day?
Typically I'm in the office on the computer, answering phone calls and emails. It's a lot of paper pushing, I guess you could call it. But part of that is just communicating with our concessioners. We review annual financial reports, preparing annual overall ratings, which I kind of liken that to a report card on how they're doing with their contracts.
Do you use a red pen?
I do not.
Oh.
I have one in my hand, but
that's what I was. You look like you're good at writing like F.
Yes. No, and we have very good concessioners. So A++. We review insurance, risk management plans, all things that are outlined in their contracts. Part of my job requires periodic valuations of the concessioners, and this lets us get out into the park to monitor how they're doing, making sure they're meeting service standards as outlined in their operating plans, making sure they're providing a quality visitor service, making sure the facilities are well maintained, and just ensuring the safety of the visitor and their employees. The part that I like most is I occasionally get to go out on horseback rides, ride on snowmobiles, or even take a ski trip every once in a while. So that's what gets me out in the park. So that's what I like.
So you're kind of, are you doing like the undercover boss type of situation where you're like kind of hiding in the ranks of visitors?
We may entail secret shoppers, but usually they know who I am. So it's not quite as
if you've been here 25 years.
Yes. It's hard to be secret.
Yeah. That sounds like that's a really interesting part of that is getting to test out those different different ways of seeing the park. So that was a lot of different functions and tasks that you have. So what do you think is the most important one to be successful at your job?
I think communication skills and establishing relationships is the most important part of my job.
Yeah, because you're talking with
a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds.
Right.
Many of which I don't always relate to.
Sure.
So being flexible and just patient is very a really good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. I think that's definitely an important thing.
Yeah, I feel like this past winter we've seen a lot of that because we've had such crazy snow conditions, by which I mean until later in the winter hardly any snow. So I've been on some of those calls and just seeing the like constant communication with people and trying to make everything work as best we can for them and for our visitors and all of that. It's given me a good insight into how much communication there is with all these businesses, and they of course have their own interests that are they share interests with the Park Service, but they're also businesses, so they have very different things that they have to think about in terms of their long term.
And Yellowstone's had a few hits lately with the flood, the lack of snowfall. Just it's impacted different people in different ways the last few years.
Yeah,
COVID.
It can be challenging to operate businesses on a volcano with crazy weather and you're at the whims of Mother Nature.
Yeah. So I think you kind of already touched on this, but is your favorite part of the job getting to go out on those snowmobile trips and pack trips and llama trips? And
anytime I can get out of the office is a good day.
Yeah.
So if it includes the backcountry, it's even better.
So you actually get to go on like a backcountry camping trip? Like overnight? Do you do overnighters?
I haven't done overnighters with the concessioners, but I have gone out with our backcountry rangers to do stock evaluations in the summer. So I've gotten to go to Beckler, which I had never been to until that. Last summer, I got to go to Thoroughfare.
Cool.
And so
some pretty remote, some of the more remote areas of the park.
Yes.
Both places I would like to go and haven't made it to yet. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I guess on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of your job?
I think the toughest part of my job is just keeping up with everything. Even though Yellowstone is closed in the spring and fall, we're always preparing for the next season. And so we never get to take a break. And if you fall behind in the management of these contracts, the paperwork, it's hard to catch up. So just staying organized and on top of things is the hard part.
Yeah, I want someone to invent like this pause button.
Yeah,
you can just hit and no emails will come in, and like you can just like catch up, and then you can hit play again, and then you'll be. But I haven't found that yet. So
some of our jobs have sort of a pause button. They have the furlough. They're not allowed to check email for like 2 weeks or a month. But yeah, you're right. Yes. What about the regulations? Are they changing pretty often, or do they stay fairly consistent?
I think they're staying pretty constant, but there are some tweaks that they throw at us every once in a while.
Yeah.
So we have to stay on top of those.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Continuing education.
Yes, there's definitely continuing education aspect.
Yeah, for sure. So you've, even with those difficulties of just a lot of work coming at you, you've obviously done what you could to stay in the National Park Service and in Yellowstone National Park specifically. So why the National Park Service? What's kept you around?
I think just working for an agency whose mission is to preserve our natural and cultural resources, since that is my background. And I grew up, my family took trips to the Great Smokies, Shenandoah. And so it's just been part of who I was prior to the Park Service. And so it just made sense when I landed here that I would stay.
Sure. I guess it's safe to bet that you hadn't snowmobiled in South Carolina too much
I had
before
not.
you got here.
There was many firsts out here.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about this place is there's always a new experience kind of right around the corner that keeps you motivated, right?
Yes.
Yellowstone just gets some people, and you just can't leave.
Yeah, literally, you can't. They
just
don't
want to come back.
No.
Yeah, literally, they won't.
None of us ever want to. So, would you say that there's a defining moment in your career?
You know, having been here, this is my first and only park, and I think meeting my husband here and knowing that he wanted to stay here kind of defined my path. And so then I just had to redefine what my goals and ambitions were and find my place.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean that makes sense. Do you guys spend time in the park on the weekends and that, or are you guys?
We used to do that a lot more.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 teenagers, so
that keeps you
they keep
busy.
us pretty busy.
Yeah, volleyball games and
basketball games. That's the challenging part living in a remote area is that aspect of it.
So can you kind of touch on that really quickly? Like that's an interesting perspective, raising a family in a remote location like this.
Yellowstone has been a fabulous place to raise kids, especially if you like the outdoors. But with that comes some sacrifices. We're an hour away from the nearest town, like big town for some recreational activities. But you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And if that's what you want to be involved with, you do it. We used to have them in ski school at Bridger Bowl every weekend, and we drive the hour and a half up there every Sunday. Soccer was in Livingston, which is an hour away. We had basketball tournaments and all of that, but we also threw in family trips, hiking, backpacking, fishing, rafting. I mean, you've got it all here. It's just you have to. I mean, we're an hour away from the closest vet for your pets. So it takes a special person to live here. But if you love the outdoors, I think this is a great place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the biggest. Miles, you've lived on the East Coast too. So like that was the biggest adjustment for me is just how like no one bats an eye when they're driving an hour and a half somewhere. That's like nothing to them. And I'm like, whoa, that's very far to me. When I first came here, that was like a weekend trip.
Yep.
Was an hour and a half. And so doing that just to go to the store is definitely an adjustment.
And I think, like all of the parents that I know and have grown up with here, we all pitch in. We have daycare, we have preschool, we have grade school. And we all just probably have to do more here to be involved than you would on the East Coast or in larger metropolitan areas. But it creates that community as well.
Yeah, you probably don't find community like this in a lot of. I mean, this is pretty special.
It is pretty special.
That just can't happen otherwise because people are off doing their own thing, driving all over the place.
Yeah, there's no one else to do stuff for you here.
Yeah.
So it's like
you kind of have to hang out.
Yeah, like my son's been in preschool the past 2 years, and I've been on the board because it's like only so many of us have a kid in preschool, and
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people here told me that when I was moving here. They were like, "Well, you'll be involved in a lot of things because you have to be, and also everyone will try to recruit your kid for everything because they're a precious commodity.
They are.
They're a limited supply."
We need more kids.
Yes.
Yeah. No. So getting back to your job. So the Park Service mission is to, like you alluded to, preserve the natural and cultural resources for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration for this and future generations. Those kids we were talking about. So with that in mind, how does your job contribute to that mission?
Well, I keep going back to when I was first interviewed for my administrative assistant position in the commercial services office, and Mary Murphy, who was a longtime employee of the park, made a comment that stuck with me, and she said, "Our division touches everybody's vacation. It impacts their experience. And so coming in, that's kind of motivated me to make sure that what I'm doing with our partners are contributing to that experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if someone has a bad experience, that they associate that with Yellowstone National Park and the National Park Service potentially.
And then also we work with our interpretive division to help educate our guides to be better educators for their clients that they take through the park. So it's a group effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, something I've thought about a lot. I don't know how to quantify it, but I would guess that all of our concessioners spend more, certainly like longer term hours with visitors than any National Park Service employee.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like most people, if they interact with a National Park Service employee, it's going to be as a visitor at a visitor center desk, maybe for like a few minutes because we are busy and there's lines and people have questions. Or maybe they get to go on a ranger-led walk or talk. I mean, that's a small percentage, but even those maybe are going to be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whereas concessioners, it can be all day or multiple days. It can be a really close relationship that people form. So I think about that a lot. I think in every park that I've worked at, that's been the case, that those really quality hours are often with a concessioner. So they're like a huge... not just an extension of what we do, but they contribute big time to that mission.
Yeah, for sure. So for someone who's listening to this and is like, man, that sounds like a cool job. I like a challenge. I like to go snowmobiling every once in a while. What's the series? Do you know your series in USA Jobs?
It's an 1101.
Okay. So that's what people can look at if they're interested in those, and that's concessions.
It's a concessions management specialist.
Okay.
And I believe they start at a GS7 and go all the way up to supervisory positions. There are, I don't know what the series number, but there is a concessions management assistant that might be like a 6-7. But yes, we're all over the Park Service in every park.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the other great thing is that every park has those types of jobs. So if you want to move around the country, you can do that pretty easily.
Absolutely.
That's another great part of that job.
And every park is different in the contracts and commercial use authorizations and activities that they offer. So pick your park, pick your activity, and there's probably something out there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. And do you need formal training to qualify for those positions?
Obviously not.
Just lots of experience.
I come from a wildlife biology background. I think a business, accounting, finance experience would be beneficial. I've kind of had to learn on the job. But one thing that's helped me in Yellowstone is just my varied experience working here, and knowing people and programs and the willingness to be flexible and patient. It took me a while to get where I am. And I made some choices for my family that kept me from taking certain jobs. And there were certain jobs I didn't want. But I think those type things would be beneficial for someone looking at this. I don't know that you need like an accounting degree, but I definitely think, people that have run small businesses or worked in, we have one of my coworkers worked, in a cell phone company, just having that knowledge of other business, having that acumen would be helpful. That's where I've been lacking. So it's taken me a few years to train myself.
Sure. And so is your advice would that be your advice for someone wanting that position? Just kind of be opportunistic and take what you can and kind of it'll work its way.
Yeah. And there's been several details that come across that I would encourage people to take advantage of. to gain experience. Once you get into the program, our Washington office offers annual trainings with asset management, pricing and evaluation, financial management, commercial use authorizations to kind of bring everybody up to speed because it is kind of a different aspect of the Park Service. And especially for those people in parks that have collateral duties, you're a superintendent, but you also have to manage the commercial services. It helps with those type things. But I do think there's some introductory trainings on DOI talent that anyone can take. Like, I think there's an introduction to commercial services just to give you some background on the program.
Yeah, that give you that solid foundation to get started and kind of learn more about it. Well, that all sounds, that's great advice. I think super applicable to a lot of people listening. Do you have a favorite, before we let you go, do you have a favorite memory in Yellowstone National Park? I'm guessing you have a few in 25 years. But you can only pick one. That's my rule.
Okay. Well,
I'm very strict.
After 25 years, I have too many. So I'm going to pick one that's not in Yellowstone.
Yeah, that's totally good.
Before I came to Yellowstone, I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Vernal, Utah. And we worked in Dinosaur National Monument. So my favorite memory is just, I worked for an endangered fish project, electrofishing down the Yampa through the park. It was my first job out of college and the best one ever.
Can you describe to those who don't know what electrofishing is? Because it sounds like some heavy metal band from the 80s or something.
Well, we had a raft with electrodes that came out from a boom on the front of the raft, and it had a platform, and we turned the generator on to create the current, and we would go through the rapids with the electricity on, and the fish would get stunned and float to the top, and we'd have large nets hanging off the front of the boat that we would scoop the fish up and bring them in and tag them if they were the right type of fish.
And no fish are harmed in
that is correct.
They are okay for our listeners out there. Did you get any like really weird random species that kind of floated to the top?
No, it was an endangered fish project, so we were looking for specific fish.
Okay.
And so they were few and far between.
Yeah.
But
you just got to make sure that you don't fall in the water when those electrodes are on.
That's one of the most amazing rafting canyons.
It's beautiful
in the country.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
I would love to go back.
That's another group trip that we can take.
Did you go through the gates of Lador?
That's the one section I have not done.
Gates of Lador,
I have
my father-in-law's done
list.
it, and he's says it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's a great name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Becky, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been awesome learning a little bit more about what you do and how you contribute to the National Park Service mission. So just thanks for taking the time to talk to us and teach us a little bit more about it.
My pleasure.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Becky Wyman. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new people find the show, so we appreciate it. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thank you.
Jackson Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. Then the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition?
Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So, how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean? If you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete system
anticipate.
Because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all, behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter
not.
To the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head. From that spec sheet. But
wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
That's a lot.
Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
Our pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So like on the outside, like you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured and then So, how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area or did you go to school here or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back, it was even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on the job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. That was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is like, I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and or a time of year or like what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical days since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh, yeah, there was a big flood. Yeah.
Yeah. So been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads. And in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy.
Wasn't on your radar either. It was like just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And living living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So, so I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of is here in
being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We've got great support from Denver Service Center and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, if you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood that I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready.
Yeah, right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ. This position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water, so we get the fun of we work with EPA for drinking water Region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So,
well, that's also the benefit. But the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do have a little bit like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing?
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my favorite part of when I get out of the office or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do
We're
it?
doing
It's just
it a
like
lot
pumping
more
sludge.
than we ever have now with this new treatment facility. So,
it's gonna be a good
it's
day.
The closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
Right now, it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay,
and they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question.
What are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
That's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that, whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why, like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff, but no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years, doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say, that
anymore.
sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah. And just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and not to talk, the flood was definitely one last 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And that, because that's like the whole, everything other than work it is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and
Mhm.
you know, things like that.
Yeah, that was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah. So I guess in some ways improved, and in some
the
ways,
fun, right? Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you gotta get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So you
But
know,
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. You know, if you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. Yeah. You know, there's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom, be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, you know, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that, you know?
We typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire, we have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, you know, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, you know, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, you know, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
Say-do gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and, you know, and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. So yeah. Do you have any advice for people? Like if they wanted to get started in this, you know, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, you know, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, you know, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks there's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant, and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like, it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So if you were to say, what's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year, it should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. And just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the park service. Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 or 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
I don't want to sit, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that. But we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on MAC, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed.
Right? Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate absorbed all of the waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines.
Yeah.
But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel so
thanks.
silly.
Yeah.
No.
He's winking at us across. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
Those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that again, getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did, we really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening.
Triple Arches is probably one of the most recognized features along the Going to the Sun Road. Built to span several large gaps in the mountainside, engineers had originally planned to create a large retaining wall and use huge amounts of fill to build up the roadbed. Designers came up with a more elegant solution by constructing a series of 3 arches to span the gaps. It is a reflection of the care and dedication evident throughout the original construction of the Going to the Sun Road. Probably, as you've been driving the road, you really didn't notice most of the bridges, guardrails, and structures along the way. That's because the original designers of the road worked hard to create a road that blended with the environment rather than competed with it. As you continue on, however, give them a second glance. Even simple culverts in many locations are beautiful creations constructed of the same multicolored rock from the surrounding mountains. The Going to the Sun Road is one of 6 National Historic Landmarks in the park and one of a very few roads in the country to make that list. Today there is a massive rehabilitation project in progress along the entire length of the Going to the Sun Road. Engineers and contractors are working hard to ensure that the historic features of the road are maintained while creating a road that meets modern safety and traffic requirements. It's a challenging job and will take several more years.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. How many animals have you walked by and never noticed? How many species live around you that you've never even heard of?
Most people are kind of excited that they had no idea another thing existed. And I think it's like yet one more mystery.
One of these unknown species is a rarely seen creature that most people here have never heard of. They live behind waterfalls and can travel up to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's fun because they're really dark and you just think it's a bat or something. So we started calling them black lightning.
To have a chance at seeing them, most of the time you'll need to leave the trail, bushwhack for hours with alders swatting you in the face and mosquitoes trying to bite you as sweat drips down your face. Then those same alders lend a hand as the terrain turns steep, and you use them to pull yourself up precipitous slopes. Then the shrubs fade away, and you're clambering up a steep field of loose rock, feeling them shifting as you step and hoping they stay put. Oh, and by the way, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's pitch black. Finally, you reach the base of a waterfall where the rocks are slick underfoot and it's loud from the pounding water and cold and damp from the ever-present mist. And this is where you find them. Black swifts. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I love birds. Seeing them, hearing them, and also counting them. This year so far, I've found 242 species, and counting. But I've never seen a black swift. For a lot of birders, seeing a brand new species can be a highlight of your month, or even of your year. It's called a life bird. I've looked for black swifts every summer I've lived here, but I strike out every time. They're basically big black cigars that fly thousands of feet in the air, and they're incredibly hard to see. But today, I'm going out with Amy Seaman from Montana Audubon and her team to survey for these elusive birds, and hopefully, I'll be in luck. But this isn't just a story about me going bird watching. It's a story about learning to feel comfortable in the dark, and how to cherish the mysteries we may never solve.
Once it shoots out, your eye might not pick it up till like out here, where it's out further from the waterfall. I think part of that's just the speed they come out.
Which is how fast?
So fast. I mean,
That's Amy. She's an all-around bird expert, but has spent a lot of the last 10 summers looking for black swifts in a collaborative effort between Montana Audubon and the park, with support from the Glacier Conservancy. With her help, I thought it'd be a lot easier to find them, but it is definitely not easy.
So the birds are basically too fast to see in your binoculars.
They really are.
And if you want a glimpse of them, you're going to have to do an alpine start.
I rolled out of bed at 3:05, got dressed and brushed my teeth, and tumbled down the stairs, and had just enough time to zoom out the door into the car to then drive an hour to get here.
So I'm tired, there's rain in the forecast, and it's also fully dark outside. Black swifts are early risers, much earlier than me. They're not quite nocturnal, but they aren't just active during the day either. Amy and other researchers have had the most luck looking for them around their nests at dawn or dusk.
We're on the side of the Going to the Sun Road where a creek flows below the road through a culvert. And we're starting to hear the first bird songs. And we're staring at a waterfall, trying to see these little black specks moving at 90 miles an hour.
Black swifts are aerial insectivores, meaning they catch and eat bugs as they fly, especially flying ants. One study found swifts regularly flying at altitudes over 13,000 feet. And they're almost always flying. When they're not nesting, they spend 99% of their time in the air, day and night. That's something like 8 months of flying. How do you study a bird that basically never stops?
So how long have you been doing swift surveys?
This is actually year 10, the beginning of the 10th year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which is so fun to think that it's fun. Yeah, we have just as many questions, but we have learned a lot more.
So when you started, you didn't know how many birds there were, didn't know how to look for them, didn't know what their nest sites really looked like.
Exactly.
So guess they're not
But despite the things that Amy and others have been able to learn, there's plenty of mystery left. And Amy loves it.
I've always wanted to know what's around me. That was a lifetime goal of like, when I'm a kid and I want to grow up, I want to say, hey, I'm on a hike and what is this thing that I'm walking near or pretty flower that I'm looking at? Then you're like, wait, there is stuff we don't know. So it was this whole full circle of like,
you're a black swift explorer.
I can't believe there's a bird that we found the 6th nest of in the state.
That's incredible.
It's a wild sentence and it's so fun. And you're like, wait, we didn't know where they wintered till 2012?
Scientists have learned about many birds' migrations through banding programs that started in the early 1900s. But it wasn't until 2012 that we started to learn where swifts migrate. Using tiny geolocators, researchers in Colorado discovered that they were wintering in the lowland forests of Brazil. But where exactly our swifts from Montana go is still a question. But we do know that they're declining. A 2016 report compiled by Partners in Flight estimated dramatic declines since 1970. Climate change, pesticides, and habitat disturbance are all pressuring these birds. So much about them, especially Glacier's population, is unknown.
And I'll never forget my first year at Sperry Chalet meeting a person who had hiked here for decades and had never heard of this bird, and he could name every plant on the side of the trail.
Wow.
So he's like, well, what are you guys here for? And we're like, oh, actually these birds right up in this waterfall that you can look at from the chalet and we've seen for years. And then he was just floored.
And Amy's been working to study swifts and spread the word about them for the last 10 years.
There's enough sites now to start monitoring to a number of birds. Because, of course, at some point, funders want to know, conservationists want to know, well, what's the number? Are we running out? Are they declining? Are they not?
Personally, I'll just be happy if I get a little glimpse of just one.
Okay, have I missed anything?
Not yet. Just staring.
I'm standing with Amy and her team, all of us staring intently at the waterfall coming out from under Going to the Sun Road. I'm bundled up, but the cold, damp air is still somehow seeping in.
It's 5:25 now. I've still seen no swifts, although it's seeming less absurd that I might be able to see that now that it's a little lighter, but it hasn't happened yet.
We do call them the swifting hour. There's like a certain light that starts to settle in the morning or night, and you're like, okay, I can feel the activity now. So
Maybe Amy could feel it, but I was not at her level.
So I'm just looking at the waterfall in my binoculars, and we talked for 2 hours yesterday about how you can find the nests and what to look for, and this kind of nook or crevice or the whitewash from their poops out of the nest, and they made it all seem very straightforward. And I am befuddled.
Needless to say, seeing a swift, even with Amy's help, was not going to be as simple as I'd hoped. But compared to most of their sites, which involve not just a drive, but hiking miles off trail to get to, this is a breeze.
So is this the cruisiest survey spot you guys have?
yes. I was saying I've never rolled up and I was like, I'm going to wear Crocs just because I can this morning.
It was enough of a challenge for me to get up at 3 in the morning, and I'm grateful we did not have to backpack here or bushwhack for hours up a mountain.
So I say swifting's not for the faint of heart.
You would be right.
Also, because you get so excited sometimes, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack because of my excitement level.
I can't say that I was at heart attack levels of excitement, but some booms of thunder did start to get my heart going.
Okay, status update, it's 5:59 a.m. It's thundering quite a bit. Seeing some lightning off to the north. Still have seen no swifts. Don't know if this is looking promising.
Shoot. I might just put my rain jacket on. If it's pouring, we won't survey, but we have done some half rainy ones.
It's honestly hard to tell if it's past dawn yet because the storm clouds have made it so dark. We take refuge in the car and the storm lets loose. Rain is coming down in sheets and pouring off the cliffs above the road. In a way, the wet weather is appropriate. Black swifts nest behind waterfalls, peeking out through the mist with their big dark eyes. As the clouds empty around me and my nose fogs the car window, I suppose I'm getting a glimpse of what their habitat might feel like. One question I had was, why did they so often nest behind or around waterfalls in the first place? There isn't conclusive evidence, but experts think it serves a few purposes. The first is to avoid predators, and another possibility is climate control.
But then apparently the water is good for the temperature to be cool because they're not fluctuating, like they're not getting so hot either.
It's just steady.
Yeah, I think it stays basically like 45 degrees all the time behind.
Glacier has plenty of waterfalls in the spring, fed by melting winter snow. But by late summer, most of them run dry. Black swifts are smart enough to only pick waterfalls that will protect and cool their chicks all the way until the end of summer. And those can only be fed by glaciers and persistent snowfields, which this park has a lot of.
We have realized that they love Glacier National Park. There are more nests here than in the rest of the state combined that we know of.
But as temperatures warm with climate change, the sources of these waterfalls, those glaciers and snowfields, are declining. Because I guess you could see the swifts as a bit of a canary in the coal mine. And as you say, like, the waterfalls are where they are. They can't move up in elevation. But also they feed on insects. And so as insects decline, like, that's even more invisible.
Yeah, and I think you totally nailed it, because part of the interest in studying black swifts isn't just that they do have a unique place that we just didn't know about them, but they totally share a decline with other aerial insectivores. And the jury's kind of out on exactly what issues are happening.
This is one of the biggest motivations for their studies in Glacier, trying to figure out what the population is like and how worried they need to be.
And it also helps us know, like, oh, maybe we don't need to hit the panic button either right away. Like, there is a lot of great habitat in Montana, and it could be that we have a lot more of these birds than we thought.
But all of Amy's work can still only go so far.
We can also learn only what we can learn in Montana.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know anything that these birds are encountering on their migration or on their wintering grounds.
And even with 10 years of data from Glacier and efforts in Colorado and Idaho, we still know remarkably little about these birds compared with almost every other species I might see on a morning walk. It makes me wonder what else I'm missing.
If a tree falls in the forest and you don't hear it, right? Like, what happens? And then so it's like if a black swift disappears from a waterfall, but we never know they were ever at the waterfall, to me, there's something really interesting that's lost in that.
Still hiding out from the rain, talking with Amy in the car, I've pretty much lost all hope of seeing a swift today. Maybe of ever seeing one. I feel like the thunderstorm is an embodiment of climate change and all the threats these little birds are facing, looming over all of us. As the park's glaciers retreat and disappear, people notice and they care. But does it matter if a bird that I might never see disappears? Can you love something you've never seen?
All right, it's 6:38 now. The storm has abated. There are a lot more cars now. I'm still seeing no swifts, but so you would normally survey until 7:15. So we have another like half hour.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think you see any swifts?
I mean, there is like a smudge back there that could be something, but it's not moving. And
right, I see a smudge, but I don't see anything.
Put that in the data sheet. Smudge on nest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a bird. It's a bird. There's a bird.
Really?
It's on that other little grassy net.
But I'll take a look in the scope and see if I can see anything of what I just thought was a blob.
Was it a smudge or a blob?
A mob. And it's tucked away back in this little nook. And I can see a white blob above the smudge. See, I thought I saw it move, but now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe I'm just moving. Oh, I see the tail. Oh my God, it's huge.
Okay, I thought it was going to be a tiny little bird,
No, that's
but
the
it's
thing.
huge.
Yeah. It's big.
Oh.
That's why they're kind of crazy, because you're like, this isn't.
I was looking for like a tiny little swallow-sized bird. Oh, it moved its head. This is very exciting.
I didn't notice that before.
Thousands of people drive on the road past this nest site every day and would never know these birds are living their lives here. I've driven past this site dozens and dozens of times. But now I'll look for them every time I drive past. You can see it so well now. You can see its eyeball. You can see its little wings crossed over its tail. It's looking at me.
It's in a really small space.
Yeah. It's like it's wrapped up in its little sleeping bag of moss and rock. That black swift, perched underneath a waterfall, peering back at me from its damp ledge, felt like a glimpse into a whole part of Glacier that usually hides out of sight. It has black, shiny wings and black feathers, and I can see a little tiny bit of white on kind of the front of its face and a big black eyeball kind of looking at me. So it's like a little bit of light, but mostly dark, which was also our experience in this survey. They do a lot of things in the dark, and mostly we can't really see them during the day. And most of their lives are in the dark, but we're learning a little bit more each year and each survey. In all these years, what do you think you've learned from black swifts?
I think the biggest personal change that I've seen has been sort of a minor one, but I've realized that it actually does run quite deeply into life, and it's that I really am more comfortable at night being a nocturnal person, walking around in the dark, even in my own house or in the creepy basements or in other people's creepy basements. I think it's really impacted my comfort level with, you know, trusting yourself and all your intuitions and when fear is real and when it's not real. And I think people really do have so much more than we let on to stuff, because I've gone to things like in the night and then gone back to the place and like noticed that I'm walking right by the same exact rock or something. And I'm like, I mean, I tried to go the same direction, but my body has some kind of memory. Like, I'm like, how did myself take myself to this exact place? Honestly, just operating more comfortably with less light has been a very liberating feeling. I don't know if we learn it as fear as from movies or what it is when you're little and you do have that fear of the dark thing. And
well, it's very primal. I mean, we spend so much time trying to light up the darkness, whether it's our car headlights or our, you know, turning the lights on in our houses or even leaving our porch lights on all night.
It's just oddly satisfying. And you're like, this just makes life easier when you take off a layer of worrying.
I like that, though. It's not like you go out there and try to make the dark more light. You can just become more comfortable in the dark.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing you said earlier was like, these birds love Glacier so much. And I don't know, it kind of got me thinking, like, does Glacier love these birds back? And it was like, I think that there's so much effort going into studying them. Kind of makes me maybe say yes now.
I think so. I think Glacier and the Conservancy has supported the effort seriously over the years. And to me, that's just really cool, because it means these birds are impacting a greater landscape, but they need Glacier to nest and survive and reproduce, to keep having black swifts. And then I think the community of people love it, because when people are here, they're totally enjoying nature, and then hopefully passing that down. I mean, as Montana Audubon, too, we are advocates for conservation, and it really does take knowing and caring about something to advocate for, especially if it's a policy decision that will impact climate change or something like that. You do have to know the birds.
I guess I'm still not sure if you can truly love something you don't know. But now I've seen a black swift, and I think we bonded. And I know I don't want to lose them.
How does it feel? They're still there, and that really makes me happy. Actually, to your question of how does it make you feel when you see them again after 10 years, I don't know why, but I still get so excited, and I do love them.
when we were lucky enough to see that nest today, you get that small little bit of just ultra excitement that they're still there, and just knowing that they're there, even though you don't see them all the time. It's just like, gosh, this whole life's happening and we have no idea. And that brought a lot of joy. Yeah.
We've learned a lot about these birds, but can we ever know very much, or will they always kind of be a mystery to us?
That type of thing is so interesting to me, and I think just because we can't exist in their habitat comfortably for much longer than a few hours, I think there is definitely going to always be the part that is just too dark for us to see.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Amy Seaman and the whole Black Swift team, Montana Audubon, Lisa Bate, and Kaylee Kimball for all the pickles. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Hey, Miles.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, thanks for joining. We are joined today by Brett DeYoung.
Hello.
Thanks, Brett. Who is the park's supervisory telecommunications specialist here in Yellowstone. So to kind of kick us off with this conversation about telecommunications, cell towers, computers, all the techie stuff that can be a little polarizing here in a park like Yellowstone. People like, remote places without any connectivity. We're going to get into all that, but I have a little trivia for you first. So let's see. We're talking about data. This is a big park, a lot of employees, a lot of computers, a lot of storage. How much storage do you think is supported on Yellowstone's network? You have to take a wild guess.
I'll take a wild guess. 100 terabytes.
You are actually spot on. Oh. That's amazing.
I remember Mark's emails.
Good job. So to put that into perspective, I was like, what does 100 terabytes actually mean? Mm-hmm. So correct me if I'm wrong. This was just some brief Googling. So 300,000 digital photos require 1 terabyte. So if you multiply that by 100, that is 30 million photos. That's a ton.
That's a lot of photos.
That's a ton of data and storage.
Or 1 hour of 8K footage. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's probably not too far off. Yeah. But anyway, to get into this topic more, we have Brett DeYoung. Thanks for joining us, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. So starting us off, where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
I started volunteering with the National Park Service. I came to Yellowstone right after graduating from Purdue, and I worked for the concessioner, and I worked with the rangers at Old Faithful doing search and rescue and a number of other different things. Other jobs that I did for the concessioner and risk management and fire safety. I worked with a fire marshal, and I worked with the safety office, and an engineering office. I worked with a facility maintenance division. So I knew most everybody pretty well after the 16 years that I'd worked for the concessioner. And then one day I got a call from someone, and I applied for a job, and I walked across the street. And I asked them where the cafeteria was, because at the concessioner, they fed us every day, and they told me I had to bring my own lunch.
Oh, bummer.
Man. So I'm still working through that.
Yeah, you're still learning how to, feed yourself every day.
Is when I came over.
Did you, why did you first come out and start volunteering?
Well,
were you just an outdoors person before that, or?
Yeah, I came out here like most people do because they want to experience the outdoors and they want to live in it, and they want to, rather than taking a vacation, they want to walk out the door and do it on their time off. And so, I was just drawn to that. And it was a really close-knit community down at Old Faithful.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up working winters and summers seasonally. And, we all worked closely with the rangers. So it was just nice to spend time and broaden our sphere. So.
Mm-hmm. And what was it? Was there something about Yellowstone that drew you here, or was it just kind of, you just happened to
Not
come out
much,
here?
really.
Yeah.
No. It was, I was graduating from college in 1989 at Purdue, and it was during a recession at the time, and I was gung-ho to start paying off student loans, and I had a friend that kept saying, I love, I've been working summers in Yellowstone, and you should come out. And I said, okay, let's come out for a summer. And I think you hear that story a lot.
Yep.
People get hooked.
Got hooked.
So, yep. And my wife came out eventually, not long after that, and we just made a home of it.
Cool.
It's such a big park, and there's so many opportunities. You can move all over the place laterally, and there's a lot to do here. That's a benefit of a great big park.
Mm-hmm. So as a supervisory telecommunications specialist, do you have a typical day on the job? Is there even such a thing? Does it vary by season? What does that look like for you?
Most days are typical. When you get into a supervisory position, you don't get out in the park as much. So there's a lot of office time, which is, can be the downside. The upside is that you work with you have a staff and they become your team, and that's fun too. And you kind of live through them in a lot of ways. But a typical day, we support Yellowstone's dispatch center, which is an 8-position dispatch center. It's FCC licensed. And it's an alarm monitoring center. It's a very busy center, as you all know. And it also supports the communities of Gardner and Corwin Springs and Silvergate and Cook City. And but we support all their technology, all their systems, their 911 systems, their CAD systems. That's their dispatch system. And it's very complex. So if I didn't get a call in the middle of the night from a dispatcher, then the first thing I do is when I get up at 4:45 in the morning is I look at my phone to see if there's any emails from any dispatchers, and maybe a radio system wasn't working correctly, or they weren't getting, when a 911 call came in, it didn't give the phone number or the address, or it was a, misroute or something like that. So I look for those first thing just to see what the day is going to be like. And if there's none of those, then I, like many employees, live outside, in outside communities. I live in Immigrant up in Paradise Valley. If anybody's watched the Yellowstone TV show, it's not like that, but it's very pretty. But I live, so it's an hour commute for me. And we have a rideshare program that we've been doing since 1991, where employees all ride together, and it's a great thing. So, and I've been the program manager of that since 2016, but so sometimes I'll drive the van and drive a bunch of my employees to work. And anyway, so typical day. Then we get here at 7. A lot of us work 10-hour shifts and get in at 7. And I go around, I work with all my staff. I see what the telephone people are up to, what the IT people are up to, what kind of challenges they have, what's on the agenda for the day, what the alarm shop's doing, what the radio shop's doing. And after I've caught up with all of them, then it's like a lot of other jobs. It's emails and contracts and phone calls and meetings.
Gotcha. And so that day that you said you walked across the street to start working for the Park Service, obviously you didn't start out as like a supervisory telecommunications specialist. So can you tell us kind of your path from there to where you are now? Like, did you have other jobs in the meantime, or?
Yeah, that was pretty linear. I came across the Duo Fire Alarm Systems project. I was working in the engineering department with Xanterra, and we had tackled some big fire alarm system deficits. We took care of big buildings with Xanterra, the concessionaire. We did the Old Faithful Inn, the Lake Hotel. Really important overnight occupancies where you can't have, you can't empty the building in the middle of the night because of a nuisance alarm. We did that sometimes. So we got things kind of under wraps over there, and then there were some deficits over here, and they wanted me to tackle that. So that's the job I got hired for. But then I became the alarm shop supervisor, and then my supervisor at the time that hired me, he went on to be the superintendent of American Samoa National Park. So then I detailed in his position, and eventually I got the position. So
nice.
And he's now the superintendent of Death Valley. So he never liked the cold.
Yeah.
I was about to say, he's not the place to be if you don't like cold here in Yellowstone.
But an interesting thing about him is he hiked every single trail in Yellowstone.
Wow.
And he was here 5 years. His name was Mike Reynolds, and he's still the superintendent of Death Valley. And then when he completed that project, he started hiking them backwards.
Oh, wow.
And then he left for American Samoa.
Wow.
So, yeah, I haven't
That
done.
is an accomplishment.
I'd like to do that, but it hasn't happened yet.
So you kind of ran through all of them, but I'm just curious if you could restate all of the different systems that fall under telecommunications in the park, because I think people, I mean, sometimes I forget, I'm like, I think I'm covering all of them, and I forget fire alarms or something like that.
I forget sometimes too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot.
And then we're reminded. So the radio systems is a really important one, the land mobile radio system. We've got a big complex system, and that's what the rangers used to talk, and we send out pages. We still do pages for our advanced life support crews and EMTs. Law enforcement. There's resource protection people that are doing bear jams and animal jams and things like that. And it's just safety too for people working in the backcountry so they can communicate. So radio is a really important thing. We have telephones. We've got about 500 landlines and 180, 190 cell phone lines. So we manage all those contracts and all that hardware for that and the network that it takes to push it out there. The IT department, we've got a very complex network to get it out there. As you know, the chief information officer came out here one time from the Department of the Interior. He said the last mile is Mammoth. So everything we do to get that from Mammoth to the rest of the park is magic. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of different methods. So then we do internet services. We do all the right-of-way permits for the cell companies. There's a few of those in the park, 5 towers that we try to hide. There's what else? Telephone systems.
Alarm systems, you were saying.
Alarm systems, fire alarm systems, security alarm systems, video security.
And then all the dispatch, which is, like you said,
dispatch support,
very complex and very important.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I hope I didn't leave anything off so any of my staff is disappointed. But yeah, we do all that, and we try to keep it behind the scenes. So the visitors come and they see the resource and the animals and everything, and this goes unseen, but it's critical to keep them safe. And
right.
So, yeah.
Very important stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people, like you said, they visit and they would never know
hopefully
what's going on. Yeah, hopefully that's the goal.
Well, and I think a lot of parks in different settings have a lot of these things. They don't have to manage them themselves. We're such a big place. It's like, there's cell phone towers outside of smaller units, or telecommunication stuff kind of comes right up to the edge. Not that they don't have things that they need to do, but I always tell people Yellowstone, it's like a mini state in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah. If you can have a cell tower at a gateway community that covers where you need it to cover, that's great. We don't have to put it on federal land, but that just doesn't work here. It just doesn't reach far enough.
Right.
Yeah. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job?
Most important skill, prioritizing. Technical aptitude is the obvious one. A broad array of technical experience. Yeah. You have to be kind of a generalist in a lot of ways and, a specialist in others. But prioritization is really important. Essentialism is really important, which is kind of like prioritization, but doing what's most important all the time. And finding focus is really important because multitasking is kind of a defeatist sort of a skill. I think you do a better job for your customers when you're more focused and less multitasking.
Yeah. And so what would you say is your favorite part of your job?
Oh, well, it's probably a boring answer, but it's true. I really like coming in and working with all my staff, seeing them face to face. We do have some remote workers, especially in IT, and they're great. And it's really fun to interact with people at different parks in different parts of the country. But, interacting with the staff, they're enthusiastic. A lot of them have been around for a long time. And you bounce ideas off each other, and they resource and network. And so that's great. The other best part about the job is probably going to like remote repeater sites up on mountaintops, and we'll hike to some of those. Sometimes we fly, we try not to. But skiing to them is pretty cool. It takes a lot of planning, and you got to be safe, but that's a great way to stay connected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been some good trips up to Mount Holmes the past few years, I feel like. Yeah. Among others. Yeah. But I know I've seen some pictures from that in challenging conditions. Things always like to go down in the middle of the winter, it seems like.
Yeah. And we do everything we can to make sure that they're going to hold up for the winter, do all that work in the summer. But occasionally they quit. So you have to travel.
Yeah, we get some less than ideal weather in Yellowstone sometimes.
Just
we do.
Sometimes.
We certainly do. Sometimes you can't fly, so you have to take other methods to get there. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you just have to wait.
And where are those located?
We have 8 mountaintop repeaters. We have one on Druid Peak in the Lamar that you can't see. We have one on Henderson Mountain just outside of the park. We have one on Top Notch, which is in the park. We have one on Mount Washburn, which you can drive to for about 4 months of the year. That's quite a luxury. We have one just outside of the park on Survey Peak, in right on the edge of Grand Teton National Park in the Jebediah Smith Wilderness area, which is funny. You have to land the helicopter right on the park side because that's recommended wilderness, and Jebediah is actual wilderness, so no helicopters. So it's like an invisible line right on the peak. And then there's also Sheridan has one with a 1926 New Deal era fire lookout up there.
Wow.
That's really cool. And Mount Holmes, there's one on there. There's one on Purple Mountain. And the Mount Holmes one was inside a 1926 fire lookout, but it got struck by lightning and went down in a blaze. So let's see, did I miss any? Oh, Bunsen Peak also, which is just outside of Mammoth.
Which people can hike up to if they want.
They can.
Yeah. And see that one.
The Holmes one made me sad. That was the first one I'd ever hiked up to of the fire lookouts.
Yeah.
I was sad when that burned down.
Yeah.
Such a cool location.
Sure was.
And so you mentioned your favorite parts of the job. On the other side of that, what are some of the toughest things that you encounter in your position?
The toughest things is when things crash. That's a real challenge. Those middle of the night calls, you have to wake up and be lucid and understand what the problem is and who your resources are, and get to the root of the problem pretty quickly. It always amazes me how quickly we can restore something that seems catastrophic. So that's really challenging. Other things, like we may have links go down for days and there's been 2 times in my career that we lost Mount Washburn, which is kind of a hub, and we didn't have any cell service at all. And there's a lot of medicals in Yellowstone. There's a lot of, heart attacks and life flights and things like that. And when someone can't call 911 from an interior location, that burden just falls on us really hard. And if you're in the middle of something else and that call comes in, you're just, there's really no backup for you. So you just have to be fully engaged. Last fall that happened, and there's only been a handful of times that it happened, but last fall it happened the night before I direct a running race north of Yellowstone. And so as the director, I was very busy and probably going to be up all night, but this happened in the middle of the night. So managing those 2 things was hard. So
yeah, I can imagine emergencies like that can be very stressful. But
exciting.
Yeah, exciting and thankful that you're there to assist.
But then it's good to, I mean, there's always an upside to a challenge, an opportunity with a challenge, but just having a phone full of resources and knowing that I can get a hold of, a power company representative in the middle of the night, a cell tower company representative in the middle of the night, and I can get these things back up with their help. Everywhere in America, the linemen are always out in the worst times, and they're kind of heroes when it comes to that sort of stuff. So that's the role we have to fill.
Yeah. So even with those types of difficulties or challenges that you might encounter, what keeps you here? What keeps you working for the National Park Service? Why do you stick around?
Oh, gosh, all kinds of things. I mean, just the whole mission of it. Oh, one of the biggest things is just that this is just still an intact ecosystem. And, all the predator-prey relationship, all the predators that are restored, and that's amazing. And I've been here 30 years, and you don't get over that. So that's a thing. And then the people, and I don't know, I could go on and on. Yeah. Skiing's pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe not this winter.
I try not to talk about skiing too much. Because you guys only have so much time.
Yeah. We'll have to hear some ski stories another time. But do you have in all your years being here in Yellowstone, working for the National Park Service, do you have a defining moment? Is there a moment that sticks out to you that you're like, yes, like that's why I work here, and it was super rewarding?
Okay, here comes a ski story.
Okay, perfect.
We had Mount Holmes, and Miles, you reference this, but in 2011, Mount Holmes, the repeater antenna went down in December, and there was a big storm coming in. And the Mount Holmes repeater is also used by Montana State Patrol for Highway 191 outside of the park, where there's a lot of accidents. It's a dangerous road. It's a pretty important one. So, but we couldn't get a helicopter in because the storm front was coming in fast. So we decided we were going to ski it. So it was a team of three. It was another guy, Dustin Seen. He was a radio tech with us. Now he's the superintendent of Bighorn National Monument and Bighorn Recreational and some other stuff. And Doug Krause, who's our Hel-Tech foreman. We put together that trip in December, which there isn't much daylight. And we thought we'd stay in the Winter Creek cabin on the way in. We opened up the door, and it was about a half-inch deep in mouse poop. Ooh. So we said, nope. We're not going to do that. We thought we can push to the summit. So it was a real big effort. We got to the summit, and I got the cabin opened, and the storm was starting to pick up. And this is a 10,300 foot peak. It's a big effort. It took hours, and
it's a long ski in too, right? I mean, it
is a long ski. Yeah, it's a
10 miles.
Yeah,
one way,
it's right? eight hard miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got the cabin opened up. We got a temporary antenna installed, testing it out, and then we got that door closed. And the storm came in and just blew so hard all night. It just rattled that fire lookout all night. And but that was pretty neat. We were testing the radio from inside, and we were talking to Montana Highway Patrol on this really remote site. And next morning, ski out was nice.
Oh, that's super cool.
So that was good.
Yeah.
Good trip.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a defining moment. But that's one of the good ones.
Yeah, definitely memorable. It sounds like.
Yeah.
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 So I'm just, you said about 30 years you've been doing telecommunications stuff in Yellowstone, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, of course, all fields change over time, but I feel like telecoms may be the fastest changing field in the past 30 years, I would venture. So what's it been like to see? I mean, even I'm trying to think, my first summer here was 2006. And I think there was like a payphone in our dorm. I mean, there was no internet that we could even use, or my cell phone didn't work unless I drove a long way. I would think I was at Canyon. And you were here well before that. So what's it been like to see the change? Because now I'm at home and I can stream 4K movies from a satellite. It's so different.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So my first summer was 89, and we had a payphone, and we couldn't get radio stations, and we couldn't get TV stations. We watched VHS movies at the pub. That was fun. But It has changed a lot, and that's always a topic of discussion. And whenever there's some sort of new proposal, we get a lot of comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed that people are very invested in the connectivity in Yellowstone.
Yeah, so there's two different aspects to your question. There's the expectation of a wilderness experience or a historic experience as well. But then there's also keeping up with what the needs are. And then, we're also a government agency, so we're on a government network and we have cybersecurity issues, and we have to protect those perimeters like vigilantly as much as any other government agency. So we're always protecting ourselves from threats, so that's the biggest agent of change these days, is keeping up with that and all the training and what we have to do for that. But everything in the middle between then and now, we've gone from, like you said, you had a cell phone, there was very few towers. We've added a few. We've definitely put a stop to more towers. But there was a point when Suzanne Lewis was the superintendent, and she said, I'm the only one who's going to have a cell phone. And then, then that expanded a little bit, and now we've got 150 of them out there because it's kind of a tool that everybody has to use, and the cost has gone down. But so, yeah, that's a big question. It's changed. A lot has changed. And we're fortunate to have some people that have been working in IT for 35 years, which is pretty neat because it's fun to hear their stories. But we also do have a wireless communications plan that the park put together in 2009, and that limits a lot of our wireless technology. So the intent of that is to not have cellular service on the roadways and in the backcountry, and limit it to the developed areas and only specific developed areas, which is a bit of a compromise. This is still one of those places in the lower 48, you can drive from Mammoth to Old Faithful and not have a cell signal for, 52, 53 miles?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, especially with how ubiquitous internet connectivity has become everywhere. I think sometimes visitors come and they're just like, some people come specifically for that, and other people are just shocked. They're like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean my Google Maps doesn't tell me where to go? Or like, where can I get Wi-Fi here? And there's one place, it's 3 hours away.
Yeah. I get the visitor comments in both perspectives.
Yeah, exactly. In both directions.
Sometimes in the middle, but usually strongly one way or the other. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're getting into the nitty gritty here, if somebody were to go on USA Jobs and want to apply, to work in telecommunications, what series would they be looking for?
Well, the telecommunication series is the 0391. Electronics technician, which is our radio technicians and alarm technicians, are 0856. And the IT specialists are 2210 or 2210. And that's a really fast growing series because everything is connected by networks now. So radio's connected, telephone's connected by networks. So that's a good one to look for. And there's a lot of recruiting going on in the IT world. So in my branch, you could be any one of those threes.
Okay. And so are the opportunities available from like entry level all the way up? What does that look like?
Yeah. 7, 9, 11, 13.
Okay. And so what types of training or anything like that would people need to get into that type of work?
You just fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. A variety of stuff. Radio technicians, we hire a lot from the military because they get really good training.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up antennas and repeaters and base stations and microwave network extenders and things like that. But anyone who's worked with radio frequency technology, IT, there's all kinds of, you can be Cisco certifications, you can be, graduate in computer science. We've hired those. A lot of people just gain a lot of knowledge and experience from jobs. And so as a hiring official myself, I look for all of those things. Myself, I have a bachelor's in the School of Technology with a specialty in organizational leadership. So I'm a lot of, leading a group as much as the technical. So, so it varies. There's no straight track.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll kind of find that in the Park Service as well. People kind of come from all kinds of backgrounds.
Yeah.
As well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think knowledge and experience counts for more on a resume for this line of work than a degree does. But yeah, I don't know. We've hired some recent graduates too. So,
do you have any advice if people were interested in applying or getting that experience? What advice would you give for them?
Yellowstone, we feel like we're really specialists. A lot of small parks have one technology person and everything's thrown at them. But we're really, as far as the industry goes, we're generalists. So if you're in IT, if you're doing like system administration, also learn about networking and also learn about cybersecurity and learn about maybe coding, so branch out a little bit. And if you're, if you're into radios, also learn about networking so you can do radio over IP. So I would say that those are important things to do. If you want to work for us doing fire alarm systems, get like a NICET certification, National Institute for Certification in Engineering Technologies. And that tells me that you really know the codes, the fire codes in and out, and you're not going to build a system that's not going to work. So
cool.
Those are a few tips.
Yeah, that's great. And so finally, the last question we like to ask everybody is just about your personal experience, any memorable experience you've had. It could be either in Yellowstone or any other national park, work or personal time. Do you have a moment that sticks out to you?
Yeah, the 5 years I worked in the Bear Den ski shop at Snow Lodge.
Yeah.
That was the peak of my career, not of my pay, but
it's often how it works.
Yeah. But it's been going up and down ever since. So yeah, that was great. We worked there the last year that it was open. It was the Snow Lodge then was nothing more than really, it looked like a roadside motel. It was cheap. Anybody could afford to stay there. The people that came to visit, they were all interesting. And the Bear Den ski shop was a log cabin with a wood stove right next to it. And that was great. They built a new hotel, the Snow Lodge Hotel, and the ski shop's in the gift shop now, and that's all still good. But those were good days back then. There was quite a community back then too. They were really strong skiers and outdoors people, and just a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome.
And many rangers worked in that ski shop too over the years before they moved over to the Park Service.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that wraps it up.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett.
Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brett DeYoung. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Located at a prominent bend on the Going to the Sun Road, the Sayi Bend shuttle stop marks the transition point between higher elevation subalpine vegetation and the forests of the east side. Mount Sayi towers over the area with Going to the Sun Mountain to the right and Cataract and Piegan Mountains to the left. Two popular day hikes depart from this location, Piegan Pass and Sayi Pass. A portion of the trail over Piegan Pass to Mini Glacier is visible from the road. This long, 12.8-mile but rewarding hike passes through many ecological communities and has fantastic panoramic views, including spectacular mountain summits, Piegan Glacier, and Morning Eagle Falls. The 10.3-mile Sayi Pass Trail climbs through wildflower-carpeted Preston Park to the rugged saddle of Sayi Pass, with views across the St. Mary Valley as well as peaks south along the Continental Divide. The descent into the valley of Bering Creek begins with views of Sexton Glacier and winds through grassy slopes and stands of Douglas fir. The trail ends at Sunriff Gorge and another shuttle stop. While hard to appreciate while standing next to the Going to the Sun Road today, this area presented a real challenge to the builders of the road. A massive amount of material was required to bridge the gulch between Pegan and Going to the Sun Mountains and support the road. Far beneath the fill, a 10-foot by 10-foot culvert accented by masonry work and a 16-foot headwall channels Sayee Creek under the road.
Hi, we're Al and Kay Aguilar, and we're hosts in Apgar Campground, Glacier National Park. We hope you'll come see us.
Apgar is the largest campground in Glacier and makes a good location for a base camp. Like most other campgrounds in the park, it has restrooms with flush toilets and cold running water. Picnic tables and fire grates are located at each campsite, and water spigots are located in each loop. Bear boxes are available throughout the campground for campers with no way to secure their food. Bears do wander through from time to time. Help us help bears by keeping a clean camp and never feeding any park wildlife. All food and any item that might attract a bear must never be left unattended and tightly secured in your vehicle or one of the bear boxes when you leave your campground for any length of time. Just across the road from the campground is the amphitheater, where rangers present evening programs in summer, and also where one of the shuttle stops for Glacier's new free transit system is located. A short walk or shuttle ride away is Apgar Village, where you can find a host of services including lodging, a restaurant, gift shops, and the Apgar Visitor Center. Stop in at the Visitor Center and let one of the park rangers help you plan your trip as you discover this magnificent national park. The legislation that created the National Park Service specifies two main missions: preserving the natural and cultural resources unimpaired for future generations, and also making them available for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. Well, one way to make parks available for people to enjoy is through the building of campgrounds like the one here at Apgar. Campers frequently comment that their first introduction to a lifetime love affair with the National Park System started with a childhood camping trip to a nearby park. The memories of chilly mornings gathered around a campfire and the smell of bacon wafting through the campground can remain as vivid decades later as they were on that first camping experience. The excitement of seeing a deer walk through the campground never fades. Somehow, a roasted marshmallow, a piece of chocolate, and a graham cracker just don't taste the same back home. Apgar Campground is a great place to relive old memories and make some new ones as well.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. And maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been in Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake.
Yeah. And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton. But it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water is heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah, so if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. So Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist at just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
Roads,
like with a B?
Billion with a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a web page with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. So, no, but generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here.
Boring.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus 1 person. And that 1 person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first 3, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So for example, you might hear someone say like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all of this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you...
One spring, shortly after I first came to Glacier National Park to start working as a ranger here, I made my first trip up the Going to the Sun Road. In spring, while the plow crews are still working on clearing the winter snow from the road, the area past Avalanche Creek is closed to cars. At this time of year, it's popular to bicycle up on the closed part of the road. One afternoon, I took my bike up to Avalanche Creek to ride. Only planning to bike a few miles, I was outfitted in just a t-shirt and carrying only a simple repair kit, a small water bottle, and of course a can of bear spray. When I reached my intended destination, a switchback in the road called the Loop, I was still feeling strong. The sun was bright and the sky was that deep blue color you only really get in wide open country. From that spot, there's a spectacular view of a mountain called Heaven's Peak. I just couldn't turn around. I eschewed my original plan and kept pedaling up towards Logan Pass. I couldn't stop. Those miles above the Loop are home to some of the grandest mountain views you'll find anywhere. As I came around each corner, a new and breathtaking vista came into focus. The effect was magnetic. As my legs became leaden from the miles of climbing up towards the pass, the mountain views compelled me forward, foot by foot, the beauty of the scenery practically physically pulling me up. If you've ever ridden the Going to the Sun Road, you know exactly what I mean. The feeling was ineffable and unforgettable. Eventually, I reached the high point of the road, Logan Pass, and by then I was in a complete euphoria. As I looked around, I relished the alpenglow lighting up the mountains, the evening light shimmering in the snow, and the glacier lilies pushing up through the fresh soil. The pinkish orange of the sunset was so beautiful I screamed. I couldn't react except primordially. I breathed the crisp mountain air and the place became part of me. I turned the handlebars of my bike back towards the car and began to cruise down the road. But as night started to close in on me, my bliss quickly turned to worry. The sun dropped behind the tall peaks and the temperature plummeted. The road was coated with frigid water from the melting snow, which was kicked up by my tires, and soon saturated my green t-shirt. My stomach growled with hunger. I had cycled much further than planned and missed dinner. But worst of all was the wind. The air itself was still, but biking downhill and picking up speed, I would generate my own wind faster and faster. I couldn't decide whether to descend slowly, staying warmer but dragging out the experience, or to just let go and frigidly descend as fast as possible. Gravity and the thought of my warm car were irresistible. I let loose. As I picked up speed, the cold wind turned my hands numb. They slumped over the handlebars, pale and useless. Suddenly, I regretted that decision. In the fading light, I saw a herd of bighorn sheep jump down into the road from a rocky outcropping above, directly into my path. I squeezed my brakes as hard as I could with my unfeeling hands, not knowing if it would have any effect. With a shriek, my tires locked up, and my bike came to a halt. I was a little too close for comfort to the curly horns of a large ram. He seemed unmoved. Slowly, I made my way down to the car, arriving safely, but well after dark. At home, I cooked up fried eggs, refried beans, anything caloric and warm I could find in my cabinet. Since then, I've biked the Going to the Sun Road many times, and the views still capture my heart. But now, before I leave, I always make sure I have all the necessary safety gear, including snacks, a jacket, and especially gloves.
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're at Logan Pass. And after a brief description of the place itself, we'll hear some stories about what makes it so important.
As the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road, Logan Pass is a place of extremes.
One extreme is visitation. This is the starting spot for two of Glacier's most popular trails, the Highline and Hidden Lake, and has some of the most coveted parking spots anywhere.
To get one of the 234 spots here on a summer day often means arriving before 7 a.m.
Logan Pass is also home to extremes of weather.
Once, wind speeds of at least 99 miles per hour were recorded for 12 hours straight.
It can snow any month of the year here, and often there's still 10 plus feet of snow on the ground into July.
As crazy as this may sound to listeners from warmer areas, if you show up to hike at Logan Pass in July, don't wear your sandals. You'll likely be walking on snow.
Because of the extreme geography and weather here, there's really only a short window to visit.
Crews start plowing the Going to the Sun Road every year at the beginning of April, but it's a monumental task.
The plows will have to maneuver through avalanche chutes, manage extreme weather, and finally tackle a section simply called the Big Drift, where snow often blows into a pile 80 feet deep. They do all of this on extreme terrain, and it all has to be finished before the road can open to the public.
Typically, the Going to the Sun Road opens for the season in late June or early July, but the opening date will depend on conditions. So if you're planning to drive to Logan Pass, don't plan your trip any earlier than that.
If you want to bike like I did, the road will be available for biking before it opens to cars. But you're not allowed to bike in the immediate vicinity of working plow crews for obvious reasons.
To reach Logan Pass, you'll need to bike after hours or on the weekend when crews aren't working.
Once Memorial Day hits and car traffic really ramps up, there are more restrictions on when and where you can bike on the Going to the Sun Road.
You'll really want to consult the park website or newspaper to read all the details.
It's only a few short months before winter makes its return to the pass. Winter storms have ended the Logan Pass season as early as September in recent years, but mid-October is more typical.
It's a narrow window, and that's not accounting for wildfire or other natural events that can lead to unplanned closures.
But Logan Pass is a magical place, full of wildflowers, wildlife, and unsurpassed views. The wild and rugged nature of this place, which makes it so appealing, can also make it unpredictable. It's good to keep in mind that some things you plan to do just might not be available. Be flexible and have a backup plan. There's always something fun to do if you're creative and prepared.
With all that in mind, let's move into our first story of the day, about how workers in the 1920s and 30s were able to build the engineering marvel that is the Going to the Sun Road.
So, Michael, how many times would you estimate you've driven the Going to the Sun Road?
Oh, gosh. I never really counted, but I'd say over the last 7 years, over 100?
That's a lot of trips. Do you ever get tired of it?
Absolutely not. No, every time you drive it, thanks to changing sunlight or weather, it looks different. And out of all those trips, I've only ever seen one porcupine or wolverine. So it really does feel like each time you go, you notice something new.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to live in this place and to get to drive that road all the time.
Yeah, you can say that again.
When I'm driving the Going to the Sun Road, as it climbs along those sheer cliffs and hugs the side of the garden wall, I always think about the engineering that must have gone into it. I mean, they constructed that thing in the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and the road would still be impressive if it had been constructed today. So how did they pull that off nearly 100 years ago now?
You know, I have an idea of just who we should talk to. Someone who's been teaching the history of this road for decades.
Ranger Bill?
That's exactly right. Bill has been working here for a long time.
Well, I started in Glacier National Park in 1966. I worked for the boat company, and then in 1988, I was lucky enough to score a job with the National Park Service, and up until this year, I think I had 32 years in.
If you're lucky enough to meet Bill, you'll find that he's got a ton of stories about the park throughout the years.
When I asked him what he'd say to someone about to drive the Going to the Sun Road for the first time, he didn't undersell it.
Well, first of all, I would tell anybody that I was talking to that they're in for probably one of the greatest experiences of their life.
In Bill's reckoning, the road really democratized Glacier National Park. It made it a place accessible to a lot more people.
It allowed everyone that came to the park, whether you're young or old or if you're from a different country, it gives you the opportunity to get up very close and personal with one of the finest wilderness areas in the United States, as well as alpine scenery.
According to Bill, the Going to the Sun Road's origins go all the way back to the inception of the Park Service.
It came back to Stephen Mather, who you probably know was the first director of the National Park Service. The National Park Service came into existence in 1916. Stephen Mather, within a year, became the director.
Okay, what about the route? I mean, it seems obvious now. It's absolutely spectacular, but how did they decide where to put it?
According to Bill, the routing we have today was not even the one that they had originally planned on.
The first architect, landscape architect that was involved in the road was a guy by the name of George Goodwin. And George Goodwin proposed 15 switchbacks over that 3,500-foot climb up to Logan Pass. And Stephen Mather came out and he rode up to the area where he proposed the 15 switchbacks. And Goodwin's whole thought process was he wanted to show the human spirit and what the human spirit was capable of doing. And he felt that a road like that would definitely be there for all time to come.
Oh, really? The road was supposed to have 15 switchbacks? I mean, it only has one now at the loop, right?
Yeah, fate intervened and the 15 switchback idea was shot down.
But along on that trip was another younger architect by the name of Thomas Vint. And Thomas Vint said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Stephen Mather also said he didn't think it was a good idea that they would ruin this incredibly beautiful scenic part of the park.
Okay, yeah, I know. I've got to agree. That does not sound like a good idea.
15 switchbacks would have covered like the whole area in pavement. So Vint proposed a different route instead. One that only had a single switchback. One where the road would blend into the landscape, emphasizing the natural scenery rather than the human engineering.
It sounds a lot more like the road that I know.
Yeah, Stephen Mather preferred that proposal as well. He wanted the road to lie lightly on the land, to emphasize the natural over the human.
So what was the next step to take it from drawing board to asphalt?
Well, they had to do a survey of the route.
And they finally decided that it was going to be a one switchback road. A civil engineer out of San Francisco by the name of Frank Kittredge came in and hired a group of 30 men. And he'd had a lot of experience building roads along the ocean.
Michael, you know how steep and cliffy that terrain is. Well, surveying it was so terrifying and challenging that a lot of people simply quit. Turnover was so high on these survey crews that Kittredge had to have 3 crews simultaneously. One that was actually working. Then he also had to have
one crew coming and one crew quitting. And the ones that quit said that it wasn't worth it to climb up and down those cliffs and put your life in the hands of a rope.
I don't blame them. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, to be out on that crumbly sedimentary rock, no thanks. They finished that survey in 1924, and the next year the contract to build the west side of the road was given to a company out of Tacoma, Washington, called Williams & Douglas.
When they came in 1925, instead of starting from the bottom and working up to the high point, Logan Pass, what they did was they established along the west side 5, maybe 6 different camps, and they would work from there. They would work in both directions until they ran into the other camp that was coming their way.
Oh, that's clever. So they were able to work on a bunch of different sections of the road all at the same time.
They estimated that there were 300 men that worked on the road. And, you know, there was no OSHA, there were no hard hats, and there you know, the kind of clothing they wore, that wasn't such a big consideration. And the amazing thing about that is there were only 3 deaths.
It's really pretty humbling to know that 3 people died working on that road that we all enjoy so much. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be part of those crews.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, I asked Bill what some of maybe the biggest challenges they were facing were.
I think the biggest thing was safety. You can see guys rappelling down off the sides of very steep cliffs, with a 1,000-foot drop below them. And when they did it, they actually, to get all of the materials they needed up to those 5 camps, they actually had packers that came in, many of them from Columbia Falls, Montana. One in particular was a guy named Joe Opalka. And the interesting thing about Joe was in 1983, they had the 50th anniversary of the Going to the Sun Road, and I was lucky enough to be there. They had a lot of the civil engineers, a lot of the people that were responsible for building the road were there, and they spoke, and they were eloquent. They were eloquent in the fact that this is going to be a National Historic Site, which it is, and it's actually obviously a civil engineering National Historic Site, and said all this big flowery stuff about it. And Joe Opalka turned around to one of his old buddies that were sitting there, 50 years later, and says, "Oh, hell. They can talk all they want about that. It was just one dangerous, damn hard thing that we were involved in, and a lot of hard work, and it was scary."
Joe Opalka passed in 1991, so we're pretty lucky to still have people like Bill who knew those involved in the original construction.
How long in total did it take to build the thing?
While a few small sections had been built in earlier years or even decades, the bulk of the construction was done in just 8 summers. Because of the limited working season, it's really only about 3 years worth of working days. The road was finished in 1932, and then
in 1933, they dedicated, I think it was on the 15th of July, and there were 4,000 people that showed up. Now today, it would be an environmental disaster because 4,000 people, and they camped out all over in the beautiful meadows and the wildflowers.
That is a lot of people at Logan Pass.
Yeah, so I guess some things haven't changed that much. Bill emphasized to me that hearing about the road and learning the history is great and all, but
if possible, people need to come here. You can ooh and ah at the pictures, but when you're on that road, oh my God.
There's something irreplaceable about really being there.
It's just like now where I live, they're rebuilding my road, and now they're digging. The guy that runs that excavator, he is phenomenal. The way he handles that great big bucket that's got to be like this, and he's just got it in his hand and he can put it here and there. And I just actually took a chair out last week and just sat out there one kind of sunny day and just watched him work. It was just so much fun. But I was there and I was part of it. And to me, that's what education is all about. You got to be able to, hell, you can talk about wildflowers, but when you can actually see it happening, it's just so much more effective.
That's such a great image of Bill sitting out in his lawn chair watching the excavator.
Yeah, it actually does sound pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. And I loved the way Bill described the experience of the Going to the Sun Road.
It's like giving somebody a hug. You're hugging the park because it's so beautiful. And the road obviously is a tribute to the spirit, the human spirit, but it also is a tribute to nature. You've got to respect it. You've got to take your time. And you've got to realize you're in a place that pretty much is starting to disappear in our world, in our country. When you think about all the industrialization that's gone on, but Glacier's a place where you can come and it still relatively is untouched.
He told me about an experience that can really only happen at a place like Logan Pass.
When I was working up there a couple of years ago, and there was a mountain sheep, beautiful mountain sheep, just this big, huge horns guy. And he was looking at us, and it was just like a statue. And the guy came up to me and he said, "Geez, Ranger," he said, "I swear to God, that same mountain sheep was standing in exactly that position 20 years ago when I came here." And I looked at him and I said, who knows? Probably not, but the park is just exactly like it was when you were here 20 years ago because it was set aside to become a national park. And how fortunate we are to have places like that.
We'll be right back after this break with a story about some of the interesting steps the park has taken to deal with the impact of visitors at Logan Pass.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about a very special ranger you'll sometimes see at Logan Pass.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew. How are you doing?
Michael and Andrew, what a treat to hear from you today.
Likewise. Well, we're calling because Andrew and I have both worked at Logan Pass as park rangers, but no matter how good a rangers we are, most visitors who come up to us are asking for a different ranger, one special ranger. Do you have any idea what ranger that might be?
I have a feeling that it is our own four-legged ranger, Gracie the Bark Ranger. Would I be correct?
You're absolutely right.
Can you tell us who Gracie is and what she's doing up there?
Yeah, sure. So Gracie is an amazing addition to the team at Glacier Park, an especially trained animal who helps separate the public from wildlife. Gracie and her handler, Ranger Mark Beal, have won a bunch of national awards for the work that they've been able to do in Glacier to be able to keep wildlife and people interactions safe.
So basically, Gracie the Bark Ranger is a specifically trained wildlife dog that the park uses to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts at Logan Pass. When you say Gracie's helping maintain a safe distance between animals and visitors, is it usually visitors approaching animals, animals approaching visitors, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. So, obviously, as unfortunately we know, animals are attracted to salt, which can come from the bottoms of our cars, and so they can end up in the parking lot, and either people can get too close to them, in which case Gracie will gently nudge her way around both the people and the animals, and generally shoo the animals back to the other side of the road where they are safe and sound and out of harm's way, as are the people who may not know that you just don't get within 5 feet of a bighorn sheep. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, bighorns have a few big reminders on their head to keep that distance, but it's nice to have a charismatic ranger doing the extra work.
I think generally in the name big and horn, you just would get the idea.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear about the special projects the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds and supports here in the park.
And it's always fun to hear your guys' latest podcast. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Great. Well, we'll talk to you soon, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. In this episode, we are at Logan Pass, and for this next story, I wanted to talk to someone who had worked there. On an average summer day, how early would you say the parking lot filled up there?
Normal, probably 7:45 was about average.
Okay.
It's when I first started working there in 2013, it was probably closer to 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So it started, people kind of got the idea that they need to get there early.
That's Emlyn Stanton.
Emlyn Stanton, and I was the visitor service assistant for Logan Pass.
Who spent 7 years more or less managing the whole area. You're one of the people that would make the call to close the parking lot
right
when it's full. How do you know when it's time to do that?
Normally for closing it, if there's more than 20 cars circling, is normally when we made the call to close it.
In the summer of 2019, Logan Pass was open for 86 days. And 3/4 of the time, the parking lot of the visitor center was full by 9 a.m.
And from having staffed that visitor center, it's worth noting that Emlyn or another ranger who's making the announcement that it's full, they don't live up at Logan Pass. They have to drive up in the morning like everyone else. So if the lot is actually full at 6:30 in the morning, it won't get called in until Emlyn arrived at work.
Yeah, you're right. So what would your advice be to somebody who didn't find parking at Logan?
Just go down the road, try to find a legal pullout, and have them just take the shuttle back up.
Now, on a personal level, I don't think anyone, when they visit Glacier, is excited to have to jockey for parking or deal with congestion. I mean, it's just not fun. But there are some other concerns that park managers have when they see crowds like this at Logan Pass.
Yeah, you've got to think about, can an ambulance get up here? Are people going to be forced to walk on the vegetation? Are we getting too close to the wildlife? Is someone going to get gored by a mountain goat?
Things like this are often cited as proof positive that our national parks are being loved to death. And while that might be a little hyperbolic, they are great examples of the difficult nature of carrying out our agency's mission. Now, the mission of the NPS is beloved, but actually implementing it proves challenging, thanks to what's known as its dual mandate. Could you describe the dual mandate?
Sure. Well, the mission statement says that places like Glacier are to be preserved unimpaired. But you're not going to set a glacier aside in a museum or hermetically seal it only to be viewed at a distance, because the mission also states that they're to be preserved for future generations to use, for people to enjoy and learn from.
Yeah, and that balance between protecting something as it is and allowing for others to enjoy it, that's a tightrope walk. Too far to one side and you'll preserve it so well that nobody could ever see it. Too far to the other, you build enough roads, resorts, and attractions that you built a theme park.
Yeah, you've got to find a middle ground somewhere.
Logan Pass, as we've said, is a place of superlatives. It's the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road with some of the park's most extreme weather and abundant wildlife. But it's also a case study in how, in the face of extreme visitation, Glacier has grappled with this dual mandate. And none of these concerns are unique to Logan Pass. Destinations all along Going to the Sun Road seem to grow more and more popular each year. But as the literal and figurative high point of many people's visits here, Logan Pass has been at the center of both the visitor experience and park management for a long time. And if you look at its history, you'll find some of the most misguided, controversial, and just downright bananas attempts the park has made to define our relationship to this place. Today, I'm going to share 3 examples of times that our favorite alpine playground was nearly loved to death. Now, the Logan Pass Visitor Center was built as part of Mission 66, a massive National Park Service program to expand and standardize infrastructure at park sites all over the country in preparation for the 50th birthday of the NPS. Andrew, could you describe the Logan Pass Visitor Center?
Sure. It's built into a hillside, and it's got this big sloping roof that kind of matches the contour of the hill. It's made with stone walls and big windows everywhere to enjoy the views.
Yeah, it's beautiful, it's visually striking, and I think really complements the scenery well. But as with any construction project, it disturbed the ground it was built on. This is my first story of management foibles and folly at Logan Pass, and I'm calling it The Cover-Up. But first, Andrew, could you describe what the meadows are like?
There's all those subalpine meadows with glacier lilies, monkey flower, all sorts of grasses.
Exactly. By the time construction had finished in 1965, pictures of the building show barren dirt all around it. But the same photo just 2 years later shows lush green vegetation all around the building.
Wait, what? This seems impossible.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Things don't usually grow that fast up at that elevation.
They don't?
Those meadows are covered in snow for like 8 months of the year, so I would expect it to take decades for all those plants to grow back.
Yeah, you're right. And here's how they did it, if you could read this excerpt from a newspaper article at the time.
Sure. Okay, park officials decided to gather alpine turf elsewhere and transplant it around the visitor center, exactly as one might in developing a new lawn in the city. The source of the alpine sod, unfortunately, is a short distance from the visitor center, just out of the line of sight. Collectively, the sites represent an area as large as a football field. Wait, they just stripped away plants from another spot and replanted them there?
Yeah, and they didn't try very hard to hide what they were doing either, because hikers on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook just behind the building immediately noticed patches of barren dirt, like 200 yards from the visitor center.
Oh no, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah, and so management caught some flack for that, as seen from that article you just read from. But what came next was an attempt to actually protect the meadows.
Okay, that seems like a good thing.
In a story I'm going to call The Toxic Trail.
Well, that doesn't.
The hikers that noticed the sod stripping were on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook, 1.5 miles southwest of the visitor center. Now, today, if you were to hike there, what would you be walking on?
It's mostly on a boardwalk.
Yeah, a raised wooden boardwalk. When the visitor center opened, it was just a regular trail.
So let me guess. After they built the visitor center, it got a lot more crowded up there, and the park was worried that all these people would start to stray off trail and walk on the plants. So they built a boardwalk to try to keep people on the trail.
It's almost like you work here. But you're right. A boardwalk was proposed for that very reason, but it wasn't a popular proposal. It was widely criticized, notably by the trail crew members that would be tasked with its construction. In a letter to the editor of the Hungry Horse News, they opposed the boardwalk for 4 reasons. Now, I have them here. Can you read them?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Obvious damage to the aesthetic value of this alpine area, nothing short of an atrocity.
And their second complaint?
We do not feel that this boardwalk will fulfill the purpose for which it is intended.
Third?
There are a good many well-used trails in Glacier Park that are in dire need of repair and maintenance, and this money could be put to much better use.
And finally, we feel, as do all park employees, that visitor impressions are important. And so far, all comments from visitors viewing this project have been negative. A pretty thorough rebuke.
Yeah, but there actually is a boardwalk up there today, so they must have changed their minds?
Well, park management actually dismissed both the feedback and the employees who gave it. The trail crew members who spoke up were actually fired.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the park superintendent at the time, William Briggle, was so insistent on finishing this project despite widespread concerns that the trail crew was replaced and work began immediately on the boardwalk. And this haste led to additional complications as well. The wood initially used was treated with pentachlorophenol, a petroleum-based solvent that pretty much right away began to leak out onto plants.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and folks that were there at the time observed the death of trees or grasses growing alongside it, but it also made it slippery and toxic for us to walk on.
What a mess.
Yeah. Needless to say, they got a lot of flack for that as well and replaced all the wood with environmentally friendly wood at great inconvenience to visitors because it stayed closed for longer and at great cost to the park. But I saved the best for last. The most absurd story of visitor management, in my opinion, anywhere in the park, centers around the toilets at Logan Pass.
Oh no, this can't be good.
We often advertise that the park is home to over 1 million acres, but we don't advertise that we've got over 300 toilets.
300?
Not including lodges or hotels.
Does that count all the backcountry campground toilets too?
Yeah, vault toilets, pit toilets, flush toilets, outhouses, lowriders, visitor centers, campgrounds, you name it. Waste management is kind of a great unspoken truth of civilization. When you've got to go, you've got to go, even if you're miles into the backcountry. And remote restrooms like some of them here are met with a unique set of challenges. Sperry and Granite Park chalets, which you reach after hiking thousands of feet up from the trailhead, get enough traffic that their pit toilets rely on barrels that are sealed and flown out at the end of the year by helicopter.
And I think I've heard that there used to be a solar-powered composting toilet somewhere.
Yeah, there was, until it was destroyed by an avalanche.
Oh, that sounds like a huge mess.
And I even ran into a backcountry toilet this summer that had been completely torn off its foundation by a curious bear.
Oh no, that also sounds messy.
So one of the reasons we don't advertise that we have over 300 toilets is because they're kind of gross, but it's also because nobody seemed to know the number offhand. I had a series of really humorous emails with facilities management to try to track down that estimate. But the whole reason I started looking into toilets and waste management in the first place was because I learned about our third and final story. A story I'm going to call The Fleeting Fountains. Coinciding with the new visitor center, a new waste treatment facility was installed at Logan Pass, one that promised to capture and treat waste with a septic system that filters out liquid waste in a 17,000-gallon tank before spraying clean water out of nearby nozzles.
Nearby as in out onto the meadows at Logan Pass?
Yep, watering the plants, so to speak. The only problem was, after this 17,000-gallon septic tank opened to the public, it got 5,000 visitors and 20,000 gallons every day.
Oh no. That's what, 3,000 gallons over capacity?
Yep. And that 17,000 gallon tank that they advertised to the public, that they reported to a federal sanitary engineer, well, they exaggerated the size a little bit. It turns out it was only 6,000 gallons.
So the system was faced with a demand more than 3 times its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of excess waste you got to deal with.
A lot. The result was, well, can you read this?
Okay. The tank continued to overflow, and untreated sewage effluent continued to run directly into Reynolds Creek. It was an awful sight. Saturated toilet paper made its way through the spray heads and was draped on adjacent small trees. Undecomposed fecal matter was sprayed onto the subalpine vegetation, killing some of it, with the liquids then flowing into Reynolds Creek. Oh, that is a terrifying description.
I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah.
Some people began referring to them as the fecal fountains of Logan Pass and suggested the best way to solve the issue of people seeing and being disgusted by them was to only set off the nozzles at night and light them up with a colorful light show that rivals that of Disney World.
Oh my God.
Isn't that nuts?
Oh, that's, yeah.
luckily, these 3 examples of management fiascos at Logan Pass weren't all for naught. Each scenario has new management solutions today. Take the sod stripping. What do you think we'd do in that situation today?
Well, rather than pull up plants that are already doing fine in the park, we'd grow new ones in the native plant nursery.
Yeah, in the case of disturbances like construction, we can replant vegetation using local seedlings collected and raised by our nursery staff. Now, in the case of the boardwalk, there are systems in place now to evaluate potential development or construction before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not unique to national parks, but any project like this boardwalk would now require an environmental impact statement.
Or assessment.
Which would detail all the ways that the project would impact the environment.
And finally, the toilets.
Yeah, I don't think we use that system anymore.
No, we don't. We've got a new system. Wow, it is a beautiful day. And one morning this summer, I drove up to Logan Pass to meet with one of the folks that helps this system work. I feel absolutely puny in my little sedan behind this thing. The fecal fountain fiasco was a huge black eye to the park, ultimately attracting national attention. In a letter to the then senator from Montana, the assistant director of the National Park Service wrote the following. Here, one last thing to read.
Okay. Sprayfield on Logan Pass is being eliminated, and there will only be holding facilities. Next summer, Logan Pass sewage will be pumped into tank trucks and hauled to lower elevations for disposal. This will make unnecessary any additional engineering improvements to the existing system and will obviate further intrusion on the natural environment.
What's your name and job title then?
Jeff Hoyt, equipment operator.
Awesome. I met with Jeff outside these vault toilets at Logan Pass after he drove one of those tank trucks all the way up here. Do you have a name for this thing?
No, it's the bigger one. That's either the big pumper or the little pumper. That's what's in the tank.
And they are as noisy as they are enormous.
How big is that tank?
Huge. You know how big this tank is?
It is a 3,500 gallon.
Wow.
3,500 gallon.
That tank could hold 18 hot tubs and when full would weigh as much as 7 bull moose. Now, all of the waste at Logan flows into a storage tank, which is periodically vacuumed up into tank trucks like this one before being trucked down to a waste management facility near the entrance.
On a busy season, we're usually 3-4 loads minimum every day.
Wow.
3 to 4 trips every day?
Yeah.
That's like, what, 28 bull moose worth of human waste?
Yeah, that's just Logan Pass. There are at least 3 more vaults like it along Going to the Sun Road alone that get the same treatment. It's an incredibly labor-intensive strategy. Today, it's worth noting, we get more than 3.5 times the number of visitors that they did when the visitor center opened in 1965. All these tools, the native plant nursery, environmental impact statements, vault toilets, the park uses them to maintain the balance of our dual mandate, using and enjoying these places without destroying what we love about them.
Yeah, we can have convenient bathrooms with no fecal fountains.
Exactly. But this balance can get harder and harder to handle in the face of increasing visitation. Now, we wouldn't have the solutions we discussed today if people hadn't spoken up about the old ones. It was the voices of visitors that raised awareness of sod stripping and put pressure on the park to fix the boardwalk. The most effective management tool a park could hope for is a community of people that support it, that care for it, and are conscious of their impact during a visit. And if my time here has been any indication, we're incredibly fortunate to have supporters and stewards all around the country. In fact, if you're listening to this right now, you're a part of that community. So thank you.
Yeah, we really couldn't do all this without you.
So the next time you're at Logan Pass, pat yourself on the back and spare a thought for the toilets, because they are a slightly smelly symbol of our collective ability to protect this place.
Okay, all this talk of toilets has got me thinking about the smells here. There are so many things to smell. Do you have any scent-related memories here, Michael?
Yeah, I remember the second summer I came out here to work, I noticed how much I associated the smell of the forests around park housing with the park itself. I remember calling my family to let them know that I made it safely to Montana and mentioned that I realized how much I missed that smell. My sister Katie thought it was hilarious. Like, what do you mean you miss the smell? Bringing it up on phone calls from time to time. But When they finally got the chance to visit, I remember her apologizing, I know what you were talking about now. It smells great.
Yeah, that's a great story. And you're definitely not the only person who's ever been teased for their interest in the smells here. I want to play you a clip from a conversation I had recently.
I got so much grief from my colleagues, just like kind of jabbing at me, like, smellscapes, are you still like doing this? Like, what are you talking about? Smellscapes, that can't be real. And I was reading Aristotle for a class at the time, and he called smell the lowest of the human senses. And it's like, even he's beating up on smells. We've never given smell its due, whether it's in the parks or just in culture.
I mean, that sounds a lot like
of society and conservation.
Did I hear him use the word smellscape? Like, what is that?
When Will was doing his graduate studies at Penn State, he worked on a survey about what motivations people had to visit an especially busy part of Grand Teton National Park. One visitor told him,
well, I'm here for the smellscape. And initially it was kind of funny, like the smellscape, that's kind of an odd term. We hear soundscape a lot in national parks, and a lot of the research I do surrounds soundscape. So I was just interested, well, is this even a thing that's being studied in any capacity?
He realized the same thing that you were just talking about, and that your sister realized when she visited, that smells play a big role in how we experience national parks, but we hardly ever talk about them. So he wrote a paper. Here, you can check it out.
Pungent Parks, Smells Growing Relevance in Park Tourism by William Rice, Garrett Hamilton, and Peter Newman.
Luckily for us, since Will now just works down in Missoula, he was willing to drive up and take a walk with me around Apgar here and talk about the smellscape. So first of all, Will, can you tell me what is a smellscape exactly?
Sure, so a smellscape is just the aggregate of all the smells that make up a certain area. And the scale can really vary. So we can have smellscapes that are, just the size of a small room or just a meadow, or we could have the smellscape of all of Glacier National Park, the aggregate. But really it's kind of what you're smelling as you're moving through a space.
The whole concept of a smellscape kind of seemed like a joke at first, but I totally get what he's talking about. If you're at Logan Pass, you're going to have a very different experience if the main scent you smell is the pit toilet versus wildflowers.
And interestingly, Will told me the biggest threat to natural smellscapes is not toilets, but actually climate change.
Droughts, we know, are going to become more prevalent in an era of climate change. And droughts tend to really change, like we're standing right now around a bunch of wildflowers that are dependent on rain. If flowers may become less prevalent, in turn, if we have a larger rain event like you're seeing, with the super blooms in Southern California, that changes the smellscape. Changing weather patterns, but also wildfires, a big one. I mean, wildfire can really dramatically change the character of a smellscape rather quickly.
Have people tried to capture these national park smells in any way?
If you go into a store, they have officially licensed candles, air fresheners, and laundry detergent that smell like various parks. So we're trying to bring that home. I would say, like if you open up the candle for Rocky Mountain National Park and you get this hit of lavender, maybe that's not exactly what it smells like, but we're trying to authenticate it somehow. But we're really failing because it is so unique.
Why should people care about smells?
They're vitally important from an ecological standpoint, but also from the standpoint that I study parks from, the social experience, the visitor experience. Imagine walking into Glacier, with your nose pinched. It's really going to affect your experience. And as we noted in the paper, there's so much about your park experience that you can curate, that you can, really make your own. Now it's taking pictures and putting them on Instagram. You can share this experience. You can record the soundscape, as some people are starting to do with microphones and taking those home and mixing that. But you can't really take this smell home from a park, at least legally. You're not supposed to take, pine straw home. Yeah. Everyone's experiencing this smellscape while they're in the park. It's tying us all together in a place. And so we're left with this really authentic experience.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Will.
I had never thought about it that way. There's all sorts of pictures and videos of the park. There are recordings and now even a podcast of the sounds, but to experience the smells, you just have to be here.
Yeah, and our last story today is about another experience that you really just have to be here to have. It's something you can't experience anywhere else in the whole of the American Rockies. Just this one spot in Glacier National Park.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to join me to find out.
Okay. Okay, you've really got me on pins and needles here. What is this experience you were talking about that's rare?
Well, I think we should replicate the journey of one Marcus Jones.
Who's that?
Jones was a botanist. He worked in Montana in the early 1900s. He was pretty prolific. In his career, he documented and even named a ton of plants. So he was a really great botanist, but he's actually best known for his roasts.
Wait, so he's a botanist that moonlights as a roast comic?
In a sense. He was a pretty prickly guy, and in fact his views were so unorthodox that by the late 1920s he was shut out of most of the botany journals. So he just took matters into his own hands. He bought a printing press, taught himself to typeset, and he started putting out his own botany journal called Contributions to Western Botany. With no one to edit or censor him, Jones just took to excoriating those botanists he disagreed with. I had a friend dramatize a few of his comments for you.
It is a common comment of workers in the gray herbarium that Fernald is becoming a common scold. He needs to be taken out in the woodshed and given a spanking. It is to be hoped that this will be done before he gets to the Bronxian position of seeing nothing good in the work of outsiders.
Wow, he really doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, and the next one's probably even worse.
There have been several notable deaths in the botanical world since my last contributions. Green, the pest of systematic botany, has gone and relieved us from his botanical drivel. They say that the good that men do lives after them, but the evil is interred with their bones. I suspect that his grave must have been a big one to hold it all. Green was first, last, and at all the time, a botanical crook and an unmitigated liar.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was not afraid of speaking ill of the dead.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, Jones was just as likely to praise those he agreed with as to nail those who he felt had crossed him.
So, okay, you can't deny that he was witty, if a little bit temperamental, but what does that have to do with Glacier?
Well, Marcus Jones spent the summer of 1909 all around Glacier National Park. During that time, he spotted a rare plant, the glaucous gentian. And to this day, over 110 years later, it's never been found anywhere else in the American Rockies besides this one pond along the Continental Divide in the Alpine of Glacier National Park.
Oh.
I think we should go see it.
I'm game, but what was it called again?
The glaucous gentian.
Okay. Where is it?
I'll have to show you. It's near Logan Pass, but it is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we've hiked just over 10 and a half miles already this morning, climbed 4,700 feet, and now I think we're within like 100 yards of our gentian. We're getting really close. I'm pretty excited to see it in a minute here. So when we get up to the pond, there's some water kind of seeping out the bottom of it, and you can see there's these mossy patches that have started growing in that wet area below the pond. That's our habitat. So we're gonna walk down there. I think that's where we're gonna find our flower, and we're just gonna be looking for something just a couple inches tall.
It's a pretty tough hike up here, so I was glad to get a little break while you explain some of the background of the flower and why we're up here in the first place. So he discovered the glaucous gentian, the gooseneck sedge. Did he name all these things?
He didn't. The glaucous gentian was named actually all the way back in 1790. A Prussian botanist named Peter Simon Pallas named it.
What does glaucous mean?
Glaucous is, I think it's a really interesting word. It's not one that people use very much these days, but it's actually one of the oldest color words that we know about. Glaucous goes all the way back to Homer. In the Odyssey, Athena is described as glaucous-eyed, and so it became a descriptor of a kind of blue-green color.
So what is special about this glaucous gentian?
Well, it's a pretty unique plant because it grows in so few places. It really has evolved to a very specialized kind of habitat here. This is a really harsh environment. There's a lot of snow, a lot of wind. It's cold, really short growing season. This particular spot we're in is really wet. It's fed by a snowfield. You'll see more of this type of habitat like in the Arctic Circle. Mm-hmm. So this plant is really adapted to really an Arctic situation. But because this area is kept moist by a snowfield, it's pretty threatened by climate change. If that snowfield were to disappear, this area is going to dry out. So scientists have been monitoring this site for 40 years, trying to track how the hydrology affects the plants. And they've noticed a statistically significant decline in the number of gentians that grow here. It really seems like it's attributable to that shrinking snowfield. It's not keeping things as moist as it used to be.
Oh, wow. So it sounds like climate change is making this plant even rarer.
I talked to one scientist who's been coming up here for years, and he said when he first started, he would kneel down to look at the flowers, and when he'd stand up, his pants were soaking wet. And in recent years, he stands up and his pants are still dry. It's just not as moist here anymore. It's interesting because, we've seen the climate trends in this area. We've seen increased temperatures, obviously, but we've also seen somewhat increased precipitation. So you'd think maybe a wet plant would benefit from that and it would be fine. But because that summer heat is so intense, it starts so early. It's warmer in March, April, May. Often it stays about freezing at night in May. Things are just melting out faster and it doesn't stay wet late enough into the season.
So it's less about the amount of moisture, but about the consistency.
The timing, yeah. It doesn't stay all summer anymore. So we're gonna keep monitoring this site and see what happens to the gentians, but they're really a signal for us to the health of our snowfields and the changing climate up here. Oh, and there's a mountain goat.
Well, I'm excited to try to find it.
Should we go head down there?
Sure.
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes now. I really actually thought we would have found it by now, but no sign of it so far. The search continues.
Spotted saxifrage, buttercups, and lots of moss. But no gentian yet.
All right, we're hitting the 1 hour mark. Still no sign of the flower. Bit puzzled. Thought we definitely would have found it by now.
Oh, big pile of bear poop.
Okay, we're approaching 2 hours. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is even here anymore. I really don't know where else to look, but I think we're gonna give it just a little longer, maybe another half hour.
I think Andrew just found it. I heard him shout.
I have like the biggest smile on my face right now. It's so nice to find it. That feels so good. We've been looking for a couple hours at this point. Yeah, 2.5 hours of just combing every square inch of this area. But it's here. It still exists. It was as glaucous as advertised.
Yeah, when you said blue-green, I was picturing more blue than green, I think. But it definitely was hard to pick out from everything around it. I can only imagine the insults Marcus Jones would have hurled at us after that performance.
Hey, all's well that ends well, and it was pretty exciting when we finally found it.
One of the coolest and most special things about Glacier National Park is the easy access to these wild alpine habitats. I mean, you could just drive right up to what is basically an Arctic habitat zone at Logan Pass. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really great, but it comes with some responsibility as well. These alpine environments are really sensitive to disturbance, like from climate change, as we discussed, but also our small individual actions, like walking on or picking the flowers. It's never worth stepping on one flower to get a better picture or view of another one. But despite the toilets and the cars and all of the people up there, Logan Pass is still one of the best places in the world to get close to nature.
And together, if we leave no trace, we can be sure to keep it that way for a long, long time to come.
That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about visiting Logan Pass or how to leave no trace when visiting any natural area, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Bill Schustrom, Emlyn Stanton, Will Rice, Darren Lewis, and Jeff Hoyt, along with the entire facilities crew here at Glacier.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
It's a cold October morning on Yellowstone Lake. Heavy frost covers the dock and the last few boats in the marina, while fresh snow blankets the Absaroka Mountains in the distance. Yellowstone National Park Fisheries Supervisor Todd Kuhl starts up a cold aluminum boat and scrapes frost off the windshield.
Cold? Yeah. We'll let it warm up a little bit, huh?
We're headed out to join fisheries crews working on the lake. Along the way, Todd is thinking about the history of the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout.
Really, the park, and especially Yellowstone Lake, lies right at the core of the distribution, the range-wide distribution of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout subspecies.
Yellowstone Lake is huge. Roughly twice could walk on their backs across the Yellowstone River when they spawned. Tourists and anglers gathered by the thousands just to see the fish moving up spawning streams. One year, over 300,000 people visited Lahardy Rapids and Fishing Bridge to watch the brightly colored cutthroat trout.
Fishing Bridge got its name because there used to be so many people fishing from it. And when I worked there in 1969, you had to roll your windows up as you drove across there to keep from getting a lure in your ear.
That's Bob Gresswell, research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Bozeman, Montana. Bob has studied Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the park for over 40 years.
Well, there would be thousands of cutthroat trout at the mouth of Yellowstone Lake that could be observed during the peak of the migration.
Lots of fish everywhere. But then, in just one decade, everything changed. By 2005, cutthroat had practically disappeared from Yellowstone Lake. Biologists estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population plummeted from over 3 million fish to less than 300,000. Some big new factor had to be causing the decline. Again, Todd Kuhl.
I mean, for probably 10 to 15 years, we really saw very little recruitment of small cutthroat trout. Why? Because they were getting eaten by the lake trout. That's why.
And here was this big problem. Lake trout had invaded Yellowstone Lake. A native of the Great Lakes in Canada, lake trout had been introduced to some large bodies of water in the western U.S. as a sport fish early in the last century. But not Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake was a high mountain stronghold of the cutthroat until...
The first lake trout was first verified in 1994. We know some were probably introduced in the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s.
It was theorized that anglers had illegally dumped the lake trout into the lake, but the theory couldn't be verified. No matter how they got there, Kuhl says that the invasive lake trout were uniquely suited to have a huge impact on the native cutthroat.
Lake trout do great harm to cutthroat trout. Lake trout are predatory fish. First and foremost, essentially just big predatory fish-eating machines. They grow large, live 30, 40 or more years, grow 30, 40 or more pounds. They are highly prolific in the numbers of eggs that they can produce. And so they've got a lot of built-in mechanisms that give them sort of an advantage in Yellowstone Lake over and above the native cutthroat trout.
And the problem didn't stop with the drop in cutthroat. Over 40 species in the park depended on the native Yellowstone cutthroat for food, and they suddenly had far fewer cutthroat to eat. Before the lake trout showed up, enough bears fed on cutthroat in the streams around the lake that the park enforced bear closures to protect bears and visitors. But by 2005, very few bears were even seen in the closure areas. In the early 1990s, over 100 osprey nested around the lake. By 2000, there were roughly 6. And this highlights one of the biggest problems with invasive species. In any ecosystem, an invasive species can quickly upset the natural balance and affect many other species. As the cutthroat declined, the lake trout population exploded. And the new lake trout, they were just no replacement for the cutthroat. Behaving quite differently, they preferred deep water. They also didn't leave the lake to reproduce in the tributary streams, all of which made them inaccessible as a food source. It was an ecosystem at risk. Todd Kuhl drives the workboat out of the Bridge Bay Marina headed towards the southeast arm of the lake, over 15 miles away.
So we're lucky that most of the boats are in the same general region of the lake today, so hopefully we won't have to travel too far and wide to see gill netting boats operating today out there. And then
the Park Service started controlling the lake trout population soon after they were found in 1994. Taking a page from commercial fishermen, fisheries staff deployed gill netting boats to catch the invasive fish, an effort that still continues today. Currently, the park has somewhere between 30 and 40 miles of nets set in the lake to catch lake trout every day during the fishing season. Buoys mark the locations the nets are set, and then workboats haul the nets full of lake trout up. As the net comes in, the crews pick the fish from the net. They note their size, weight, and sex, and then they slit them open and dump them back in the lake. And here is the next big challenge with invasive species. Once installed, it often takes a ton of work to control them. They can also be nearly impossible to eradicate. In 2016, more than 350,000 lake trout were caught in the gill nets, the highest catch yet in a single year. And this is the main effort to save the cutthroat. The effort to catch the invading lake trout until their population crashes. But because of the massive amount of work that effort takes, biologists are also looking at new ways to knock down the lake trout population. In the fall, lake trout group up in large numbers, sometimes thousands of fish, to lay their eggs at specific locations, making both the lake trout and their eggs vulnerable. To find these sites, scientists have implanted radio telemetry tags in some lake trout. And by tracking the fish, they've identified over a dozen lake trout spawning areas in Yellowstone Lake.
And then we're doing research on methods to kill the lake trout eggs on these spawning sites.
To stop the lake trout at the start, one experimental technique involved shocking the eggs with electricity. Another attempted sucking the eggs up with a small suction mining dredge. But by far the most promising new method is surprisingly simple. Fisheries technician Mike Simientowski stands on the deck of a gill netting boat with a large lake trout in his hands.
Got all the lake trout that we just caught in the last couple gangs of net. And so right now we're over one of our dumping sites, and we're taking the lake trout and putting them through this fish grinder here, so that way we know that all the pieces of the fish are sinking all the way down to the bottom.
Grinding is used over some sites, while on others whole dead lake trout are being dumped. Laboratory tests show that the decomposing fish carcasses kill the eggs by eating all the oxygen in the water. Oxygen that the eggs need to survive. Again, Todd Kuhl.
And so we're moving forward pretty quickly with that method because it's so simple, because we're not taking anything foreign from the lake and bringing it in, like some kind of a chemical or something like that. We're just simply taking the dead fish that we're catching and putting them strategically on spawning areas.
And these big efforts to keep the ecosystem healthy, they seem to be paying off. Fewer small young lake trout and fewer big old lake trout are being caught in the nets.
And so that's telling us, even though our catches are still high each year, that's a strong signal that our suppression program is collapsing this population.
And as a result, the cutthroat are making a comeback.
For every lake trout we kill each summer, we're probably saving 40 to 50 or more cutthroat trout just in every given year.
More cutthroat of various sizes are being found in annual population monitoring. Anglers are catching more cutthroat. Visitors are returning to watch the cutthroat spawn in the late spring. Nesting osprey numbers are growing around Yellowstone Lake. And finally, bears are coming back to the spawning streams. Cool has even seen this firsthand.
I was on that spawning stream trying to collect a water sample in June with some of my crew, and that grizzly bear showed up. That was his stream, and those are his fish. And then watching him, get after the cutthroat trout and bring them up on the bank and chow them down, that's pretty amazing to see. And then, on top of that, the hundreds of people that were gathered to watch that as well, and that occurred for well over a month.
All encouraging signs. For the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve our natural resources unimpaired for future generations, the effort to repair the damage done by invasive lake trout is worth it. Yellowstone is one of the few remaining relatively intact ecosystems left in North America, and restoring the Yellowstone cutthroat, it helps it stay that way. For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
The East Side Tunnel was one of the most difficult challenges on the entire Going to the Sun Road. Built in 1931, the 408-foot tunnel appears to come directly out of Pegan Mountain, with waterfalls cascading down the portal. Before work could begin, a 3.5-mile trail was constructed 200 feet above the road from Logan Pass to a point above the site of the tunnel. A platform on which to work was excavated by moving 6,250 cubic yards of dirt and rock. The materials and equipment were hauled to the platform above the tunnel site and then were packed by laborers down ladders and switchbacks totaling 200 vertical feet. Crews worked 24 hours a day on the tunnel, boring around 5 foot each 24 hours. Both portals of the tunnel frame impressive mountain views. In November of 2006, severe rain and flooding washed out multiple sections of both lanes on the Going to the Sun Road near the tunnel. The largest washout was over 100 feet long. Within days, heavy snows prevented access, and repairs had to wait until spring road crews could plow their way to the damaged sites. Several strategies were explored for repairs, and eventually it was decided that a mechanically stabilized earthen wall 350 feet long would solve one problem, and a temporary bridge would be required to provide two-way traffic over another spot. Work will continue on some of the damaged locations throughout the summer, as well as the ongoing rehabilitation of the Going to the Sun Road that was previously scheduled. This incident is another reminder of the power of nature and reiterates the need to rehabilitate the Going to the Sun Road so future generations can enjoy its majesty. With a mountainous backdrop and St. Mary Lake just a short walk away, this stop on the Going to the Sun Road offers breathtaking scenery as well as many services and activities. Accommodations are available in motel or cabin units and at the 82-site Rising Sun Campground. A camp store and gift shop offer souvenirs, basic groceries, and camping necessities. A casual restaurant offers Southwestern and traditional American fare and can provide boxed lunches to those headed out for the day on the trails. In addition, showers are available for a fee. This is the only location in Glacier National Park that has showers. Tours aboard the historic red buses depart from Rising Sun, and the park's new free shuttle system stops here as well. The trailhead to Otokomi Lake is located near the camp store, and this interesting 10-mile round trip starts in the wooded St. Mary Valley, climbs past small waterfalls, creeks, and wildflowers before opening to the Rose Basin and Otokomi Lake, surrounded by impressive mountain scenery. Please remember that anywhere in Glacier National Park is bear country. Never hike alone, and be sure to make noise on the trails. Talking, singing, and clapping your hands occasionally are all good ways to alert bears to your presence and provide them with time to move out of the way. Be sure to read all the information on bears you were provided at the park entrances before you attempt any trail in the park. Across the Going to the Sun Road, a short walk leads to the shore of St. Mary Lake, where majestic peaks surround the cold, clear water. Glacier Park Boat Company offers tours of St. Mary Lake several times daily and provides a view that most visitors miss. Waterfalls, Sexton Glacier, and Wild Goose Island are all highlights of a trip on the lake. Rangers lead hikes to St. Mary Falls in conjunction with some tours, or you can combine a boat tour up the lake with a hike to Bering, St. Mary, and Virginia Falls and catch the free shuttle from the St. Mary Falls or Sunrift Gorge shuttle stops back to Rising Sun. From the lake's surface, mountains with names like Matotapa, Little Chief, and Dusty Star all speak to the rich influence of Native American culture in the area, and it's easy to see why Native Americans referred to this as the walled-in lake when you see the mountains from the perspective of the lake's surface.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Jake Frank.
So I have a question for you to kick this off.
Okay.
What's the biggest fish that you've ever caught?
The biggest fish I've ever caught, I used to live in Alaska, and I went halibut fishing, and I caught like a 40-pound halibut. Okay. That's the biggest I've ever caught.
That's way bigger than I thought you were going to say. I was expecting,
and that's like a
much less impressive size.
Well, that's a fairly unimpressive halibut. Okay. So for that species, anyway.
All right. Well, you've got me beat.
Are you big into fishing?
No. About the only fishing I do is when I'm fishing through the freezer for frozen cod that I get from the store. So that's about as much as I do.
Before you cook it, do you like hold it out way in front of you and have someone take a picture so it looks bigger?
I have been known to do that.
All right.
Yeah. Follow my Instagram for all that content. So you've caught some pretty impressive fish. It sounds like.
Not really.
If you turn over that paper in front of you, there's something on there that I would like you to try to pronounce. You have not seen this before, so this is.
Joe, right. Let's see. Can I sound it out? So, Encore Heinkus Clarkey Lewisy. Was that how I was way off?
I actually don't know. This is like one of those trivia questions I don't even know the right answer to. So sure, you did well.
All right.
That's better than I would have done.
But my guess is that this is the binomial name for the Yellowstone cutthroat trout?
Yes, that is the scientific name for the West Slope cutthroat trout.
The West Slope, not the Yellowstone.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And so today we're going to talk to somebody who probably can pronounce it better than you just did. Although I still think that was a pretty good guess. Our guest today is Pat Bigelow, a fisheries biologist who spends a lot of her time on the waters of Yellowstone National Park. So welcome, Pat. How's it going?
Hey, Brett, and hey, Jake. It's going great. It's a beautiful day today.
Yeah,
it is.
And you did pretty good, Oncorhynchus.
Oncorhynchus. All right. So I was in the wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I loved the Lewis E. Clarkey.
Is that how you say it? Or is it a long I?
That works. Lewis E. Clarkey. Yep.
That's awesome.
All right.
I wonder where that came from.
I don't speak a lot of Latin.
So I guess we'll just jump right into it. How long have you been working as a fisheries biologist? Well, as any job, how long have you been at Yellowstone National Park?
I've been here in this job for 23 years.
Wow.
I've been working in fisheries for 36 years, probably.
So fresh out of middle school.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I was really fortunate that I got some great opportunities early in life.
Very cool.
And so how did you get your start here 23 years ago?
Actually, my first fish job was here in 1979.
Wow. Okay.
I was in Bozeman working a summer job, and I went down to the unemployment office to see, if I could just get something better. And there was a poster up on the wall for Young Adult Conservation Corps in Yellowstone National Park. And I jumped at it. It sounded interesting. I came down here. We had a I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Yak Camp, but when we were actual Corps members, we had a girls' dorm, boys' dorm, and a dining hall, and 6 Corps members to a room. You each had a bunk bed, a foot locker, and half of a clothes locker, and no dividers or anything like that. You know, you definitely felt like you had just been recruited into some kind of institution.
Some ways it is that, maybe.
Yeah, but it was great because we had 100 Corps members who all worked for different offices in the park, and I was very fortunate. A friend of mine and I that started at the same time to work with Fish and Wildlife Service, and back then Fish and Wildlife Service did the fisheries work in Yellowstone.
When did that change? That went from fisheries
to Park Service?
Yeah, to Park Service.
I think it was in 96.
Okay.
So Fish and Wildlife Service started here even before the Park Service because of the unique fisheries opportunities and the Yellowstone cutthroat in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And then they established a research station in the 50s. They had a hatchery here early on, early 20s, 30s, into the 50s. And then after that, they kind of went more to a research station. And then they had a management office, which is who I worked for, that advised the Park Service, kind of like a fish and game agency, advises the state on how to set their regulations. Fish and Wildlife Service kind of kept the Park Service up to date on their.
And my history is not great, but if I remember reading, it's even before the National Park Service, there was like the predecessor to the Fish and Wildlife Services who stocked the lakes and did a lot of the fishery stuff in Yellowstone.
Correct. U.S. Fish Commission back even as early as 1889.
Yeah.
We're doing some stocking in Yellowstone National Park.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fisheries history in the park is really kind of a reflection of fisheries management history for the country, really.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. So when you started, did you know, it sounds like you kind of just saw a poster and got a little lucky in that way. Did you know that there were jobs where people worked with fish in national parks?
I hate to say, I probably shouldn't even tell you this, but when
we can edit it out if we need to.
When I first moved to Bozeman, one of my coworkers said, "Well, have you been to Yellowstone Park yet?" Because I was trying to figure out what to do for the weekend. And I said, "What do you mean a park? Is it, like Ferris wheel?"
Yeah, does it have slides?
I've had visitors ask me where the zip lines are. So yeah, I think that's
well, to be fair, they're in West Yellowstone, so
that's true. And I want to say I was very young then, so
sure, lots to learn. Yeah. So you were pleasantly surprised that there were actually jobs where you could do that.
It was awesome.
Cool.
And one of my first full weeks working for the Fish and Wildlife Service, they were doing their annual survey on Yellowstone Lake of the cutthroat trout. And so it meant spending a week on a boat gill netting on the lake. And we spent a night in the Park Service cabin on Peel Island because we were doing work in that area and we wanted to stay close to it. And unlike typical weather on Yellowstone Lake, it was bluebird days and flat, calm water the whole full week. And then the cutthroat that we were catching, if you haven't ever seen a cutthroat trout, they are a beautiful fish.
Can you describe them for those of us who haven't seen one?
So they're called cutthroat because they have a red slash on either side under their jaw. And they, kind of a typical trout. They have the same, body form, and then black spots more on the tail, and you get less as you move forward toward the head. But they can get really brightly colored. They tend to be olive, yellowy, brown, and they can, especially during spawning season, they can get these brilliant red sides and opercular plates and stuff. They're just beautiful fish.
That's cool.
When we came out on the boat this summer, when you guys were doing your research, you were pulling out some hogs. They were huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've caught a fish bigger than Jake's 40 pound.
Not a cutthroat.
It's all about competition here. So describe to us like a typical day. So obviously there's going to be a lot of variance, but if someone asked you what your typical day like is as a fisheries biologist, what was it like? What would you tell them?
Well, so it does really vary a lot. Obviously in the winter, we're not doing a lot of field work. We are in the office kind of processing everything that happened last year and trying to plan ahead for next year, which includes hiring, which can be a lot of work. Doing a lot of presentations to let people know what we know and where we think we need to go next and all that kind of thing. But the field work in the summer, all my work is on Yellowstone Lake, and it's a beautiful lake. I oversee some contract work on the lake, which is 3 to 4 crews, sometimes 5, of netters to try to depress the lake trout population. Lake trout are an invasive species on Yellowstone Lake, and they'll eat the cutthroat trout. And so we're trying to eliminate them. We're not likely going to eliminate them, but hopefully we're going to suppress them to the point where they're no longer having an impact on the cutthroat trout population. And so we have these gillnet crews that will put out miles of gillnet and lift it every day to remove the lake trout. We also have a telemetry operation where we purposely put acoustic tags in male lake trout and let them go, and then kind of relocate them so we can give that information to the netters to help zero in on their day on, where to put their nets and stuff. And
so that term I've heard that I heard it with something else though. It's like invasive species. You can you put a tracker on them and they go to where they betray their friends. This whole idea of like a Judas species. Can you talk a little bit about that? That's that always made me laugh.
The idea of Judas fish is you put a tag in them that you can follow, and they take you to where their friends are and betray their friends. And it's not, we kind of know, we pretty much know where all the lake trout habitat is, but they move around a lot. And depending on the time of year and the water temperatures, they'll be at different depths. So a lot of times the Judas fish helps you really zero in on the depths to be fishing at, which also helps you avoid the cutthroat trout if you know exactly what depths the lake trout are at. And so if I'm on a boat where we're doing the tagging, we'll collect lake trout from the netters that are still in really lively condition and do surgery and implant. First, make sure they're males. We don't want to tag the females because they're the ones with the reproductive potential. So we want to make sure we kill all the females, and then implant the tags, make sure the fish recover so that they'll behave normally when we release them and let them go. Or if it's actually tracking the fish, we have 2 hydrophones in the water on either side of the boat, which helps us give a direction to find the fish so we can zero in on their location. And so then you're basically on the lake driving predetermined transects all day until you pick up a fish, and then you zero on that fish, and then you continue on your way.
And for the listeners who haven't seen Yellowstone Lake or been to it, it's a huge lake. So that's not an easy task.
Yeah. It takes us about 4 days to cover the whole lake.
Yeah. Wow.
And we don't actually even cover the whole lake because we avoid the really deep habitat because we aren't expecting to see any lake trout out there, and we're not going to set nets there anyway.
And then I think good backstory is we talk about lake trout being invasive versus the Yellowstone cutthroat. I mean, I guess is there a reason why we as managers prefer one over the other? Why are we trying to get rid of lake trout?
So the cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, like I've said already a couple of times, they're just beautiful, but they are the native species in Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake is the most important population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout for that species, and just sheer numbers. And they evolved with only one other native species, which is the long-nosed dace that is, gets to maybe 6 inches and is very much along just the shorelines.
That's the fish I would catch.
So the cutthroat trout are naive when it comes to larger fish predator, piscivore. And the lake trout are native to the Great Lakes area, and they're also a beautiful fish, but they are a voracious predator. And so you take a really naive fish and then a really excellent predator and put them together, and it's just not good for the cutthroat trout.
Mm-hmm.
And the lake trout, I think the oldest one on record was 62 years old.
Lake trout?
Not from Yellowstone, but just species wise. So if we weren't out there taking out the lake trout, nobody else would be either. They reside deeper in the lake. They live longer. They get bigger. They have a lot higher reproductive potential than the cutthroat trout. And if left unchecked, they would decimate the cutthroat trout population.
And when you say like no one else would get them, you mean like other predators,
right?
Like bears and fish or bears and birds and otters and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Like birds and otters, most predators tend to target the fish when they're shallow, and the lake trout don't spend much time being shallow. And then when the lake trout get big, they're too big. Like an osprey might try to grab a big fish, and then I haven't seen this personally, but one of my coworkers has seen an osprey grab even a cutthroat that was too big for it, and then it couldn't fly off, and it actually drowned.
Oh wow!
Because they have a hard time letting go of a fish once they get their talons through
it's
it.
like the monkey with the banana.
Yeah.
in the barrel situation.
But yeah, lake trout, well, they're impressive in their ability to eat other fish. They can eat a fish. The only thing that stops them is how wide they can get their mouth open, and they can eat a fish 2/3 their own size.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Can you do that, Jake?
No. Yeah. It's like a 150-pound fish.
Burrito. That's a big burrito.
Yeah.
So you obviously know a lot about fish. And so that's an important skill to have as a fisheries biologist. What, aside from that, or maybe not even aside from that, what do you think is the most important skill for someone who thinks that that's a really cool job and might be interested in applying for jobs like that?
It's probably similar to most jobs. I think the most important thing is to have a passion for what you're doing and a positive attitude and be flexible in what you're doing day to day. If you want to actually go into fisheries, a Bachelor of Science is an important aspect of your education. Typically, you're going to want to end up going back to school to specialize and get a master's degree. I would highly recommend for anybody thinking that way to get a lot of experience, or as much as you can between your masters, before your masters, and after your bachelor's. It helps you get a better idea of what's available, what kind of work you can be working in, and gives you really good skills. So then when you do go back to get your master's degree, you are a better candidate because you're not learning everything all at once.
Oh, that's great advice. And you probably want to go out on a boat and make sure you don't get seasick, right? Because do people get seasick on the lake?
They have, yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine it gets choppy.
Yeah, and
That'd be tough.
We have had a few volunteers come out from different places, even other fisheries biologists that come out, and they're really excited to give you a hand and be helpful. And
they're looking for the horizon.
Yeah, then they're a liability.
I've been there before.
Well, and a quick follow up with the masters. Does it matter if you're specializing? Like, say if somebody's like, my goal is to work in Yellowstone, do they need to get a master's related to the species that are here? Or can you, like, if you happen to be, say, getting your master's in some other fish species, does that qualify you? Like, can you learn what you need to on the job, or does it really help to focus in on the actual species that you'll be studying in the park that you want to end up in?
I think the broader the education you have, the better. And you can focus in when you get to the particular job. Because the other thing is, even though Yellowstone might be your goal, that might not be your next step.
Gotcha.
So
that's
to be
good
prepared.
Advice.
And then also, it's good to think outside of the box sometimes too. And if you have more familiarity with other habitats, other species and stuff, that you can bring in maybe a new perspective that somehow is different than what people have thought of before.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, and it sounds like your typical day is pretty cool, especially in the summer when you're out on a boat. What is your favorite part about your job?
You can probably tell I love Yellowstone Lake. So being on the lake is awesome. But I think the most rewarding, well, two things are most rewarding, but one is I work with amazing people, and being able to sit down with a coworker and talk about strategies and, you know, how things are going, what happened over here, how we can pull that together, how we can best use our crews, and to just keep making things move forward is super rewarding. But then also taking somebody, like we typically have student volunteers every summer, and they typically don't have much for experience. So taking somebody who really knows nothing about what we're doing and bringing them through a season and seeing them increase their skills and increase their confidence and get more sure about what they want to do and be excited about protecting the resource. That's pretty awesome. But then the other part is actually seeing the work that we're doing make a definite impact on protecting Yellowstone Park's resources. That's really rewarding as well.
Yeah. Well, and we'll let you slide, even though you gave us 3 favorites.
Yeah, we said one, but we got 3. It's okay.
That's your one mulligan for this podcast. Okay.
Whoops.
So with that, this is the hard question. What is the toughest part about your job?
That's a really good question too. You know, you can get frustrated with the inability to do things as quick as you want because you have to go through proper procedures to make sure, you know, just because I think something's really good to do doesn't mean it is. So there's a lot of checks and balances that you have to go through. Surprisingly.
Red tape?
Yeah. And then, so that can be really frustrating. And then also, supervision can be really challenging. It's important to be able to work well with people, and not just work well with them, but communication is such an important aspect of all parts of life. And even though everybody communicates every day, it just amazes me that we all have so much more to learn on how to communicate better. So if I have an employee, for instance, how to get the best, how to help them be their best and get the best out of them can be really challenging, especially if for some reason they shouldn't have taken the job and don't really want to be there.
Yeah. And you mentioned earlier that you're, you know, doing hiring right now. How many people are a part of your operation?
So in the fisheries program, we have Todd Cool's our leader. Brian Ertel and I are both full fish biologists that have been here quite a long time. Andy Pachani is a new streams biologist who's doing great work. And then right now we have 2 student biologists. They're in the Pathways program, Cody Vender and Drew McDonald. And each of us hires, with the exception of Todd, but each of us that are in the biologist series hire 2 technicians and 1 intern for the summer.
So you guys are a big operation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we have the contract crew that does a lot of the suppression netting, not all of it, but most of it. And they will have up to 20 people.
Yeah. And there's a lot of time, effort, and money that go into the fisheries program. Yeah.
Yep. And Cody and I work on the lake mostly. Brian Ertel and Andy cover streams outside of the Yellowstone Lake area.
Is that kind of how you divide it up? It's like the lake.
They're the ones that get seasick,
and then everything else. Is that how you divide your guys' work? Is the lake, and then everything that's not Yellowstone Lake? That's kind of the dividing line. Yeah.
And Brian focuses more on Yellowstone cutthroat, where Andy focuses a little bit more on the West Slope cutthroat. But since they're both doing river stream work, they work together a lot.
Gotcha.
So you talked a little bit about kind of the tougher parts of the job. So what is it about the Park Service that keeps you here and brought you here and keeps you here, I guess?
Well, the just the protection of the natural resources, keeping the environment as intact as possible, and just the ecosystem function and all that. Those are all great buzzwords, but it's the beauty of everything working together that really draws you in, and it makes you really enjoy it.
Yeah, and some of our listeners might not be super familiar with the National Park Service mission. We all had to get it tattooed on us when we took the jobs, and Jake's is on his lower back, I think, right? Is it still there?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
but essentially, the mission is preserving the natural and cultural resources, like you said, for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, and you've touched on this, but how does your job contribute to this mission? It seems like a pretty direct and easy to see thing.
Yeah, we're spending a lot of time and effort suppressing the lake trout population so that the cutthroat trout population in Yellowstone Lake can thrive. And because that's the major population for that species of fish, it helps that whole species thrive. And it's a beautiful fish. Did I say that already?
Yeah. You can say that one twice. That's okay.
And then what I've learned here, like not being a big fisherman or person who fishes, I don't know what the non-gendered version of that is, but people love to fish. It's like crazy how many people are here in the summer. So it's like, and the whole idea of being the homeland of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout. I mean, it's like, this is like the world's largest population of that fish, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people come here to catch that. And it seems like, protecting it, and then people have that direct enjoyment. I mean, it seems like everybody appreciates being able to get out there and catch that big fish and put it on the gram.
Yeah. And not only, think about going out on Yellowstone Lake. This is a huge lake, and there's, 3 buildings on the entire lake. I mean, maybe a couple more, depending on how far away from the water you want to measure, but it's just spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah. You're out there.
Mm-hmm.
You're out there. All right. Well, before we wrap up, we're going to get into what we call the nitty gritty here. So I don't want to scare listeners away. This is a fair warning. There's going to be some government jargon, but fear not, we've got your back. So we have an introductory episode, along with some links that we're going to put in the show notes that will explain all this in detail. So that said, for people interested in this type of career, and you've kind of already talked about the education aspect of it. So if I want to be a fisheries biologist, what's your job series in USA Jobs, series and GS level, and all that nitty gritty?
So my GS level is GS 11, and my job series is fisheries biologist 0482. And then like a lot of the seasonals that we're hiring this summer, they are fishery biological technicians, parentheses fisheries, and because there are a lot of different biological technicians, and they're all in the GS 0404 series.
Awesome. Cool. And aside from the education aspect, is there any other formal training that someone needs to have to apply for this position, or?
Not formal. A bachelor's is great. But like I said, the more experience you can get with different agencies, different areas, the better off you're going to be.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any other advice for people interested in that career path aside from what you've said already?
It's a great career. It's really fun. I've worked, when I left here from my first 4 years that I was here with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I did some work with the state, Wyoming Game and Fish. I worked with Fish and Wildlife Service in California, Northern Idaho, Washington. Every job I've ever had has been really fun.
Come work with Pat, is what she's saying. All right. Well, before we let you go, we like to ask everyone that comes on the podcast one final question. This one's my favorite. So what is your favorite story or memory in a national park? It doesn't have to be in Yellowstone, although you've been here a while. So there's a good chance it will be, but it doesn't have to be. It can be, a trip you took during annual leave or something. But Do you have any defining story or memory from a national park?
There's so many to choose from. This one's really fish related though, so I'll share it. We were doing a snorkel survey on the Olympic Peninsula, and we were snorkeling Chinook salmon, which get quite big. Spring Chinook salmon in particular, they like to hide their head. They're kind of like a little kid in that if their eyes are covered, they think you can't see them. And so when you're snorkeling for them, you got to really look at the root wads and things, because they kind of stick their head in the root wad, and then you might miss them if you're not really looking closely. So I was coming down this stretch of stream that was actually pretty wide and flat and no cover. And the spring Chinook, I could see him. He was just in the mid-water column in front of me over this gravel bar. And he saw me, and he just sunk down and sat on the bottom. And I was getting closer because I was coming downstream. And as I got closer, he got as close to the bottom as he could. And then he actually rolled over and laid on his side.
Until I did.
Yeah. Until I went by. And then he just took off.
That's
awesome. If he was wearing a turtleneck shirt, he would have slumped into it.
It was just so funny to see him actually trying to hide where he had nothing to hide.
That's amazing. And you'd never heard of that type of behavior before, or is it just something you hadn't seen before?
I had not heard or seen it. So it just made me laugh.
That's awesome. So you're making scientific observations on your vacations even.
Actually, that was work.
Oh, that was work. Well, work, vacation. Yeah. Sometimes the line gets blurred. Right.
Can I tell you my favorite question?
Yeah. That you've ever been asked, you mean? Yeah.
Somebody once asked me why all the Civil War battles were fought in national parks.
That is a great question. What is that? That's a causation. What's the whole thing? Correlation, not causation. Yeah.
What was your answer?
I honestly thought they were kidding, so I started laughing.
So you just laughed.
And I said, "Well, people were very civil back then." And then I could see by the look, he wasn't kidding, and so I got real apologetic real fast.
I think that happens to all of us. You get caught off guard with the question because people joke with us all the time. Yeah. They ask us silly questions. So
and especially the people with dry humor, that's really hard to tell. It's I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, Pat, thank you so much for joining us. It was really cool hearing about your job and learning a little bit more about fish too. So I'm excited to go fishing. I think when the season starts.
I think I am also excited to fish, but I have this weird, I like the touching of fish. I don't know how hard to grab them or not grab. I feel like I'm strangling them.
Yeah.
And I don't want to mess their slime up, but then they know when I'm not holding them tight enough, and then they flop around and then I drop them. So I just
what's the safe hand? Can we get an extra credit question here? What's the safe handling for someone who's fishing? What do you wear gloves? Do you not wear gloves?
We wear gloves. Yeah. The water is really cold for no other reason, but it helps protect the fish and it helps give you a little bit milder grip, but you don't want to grip them tight.
I feel like I'm going to squeeze the life out of them.
Yeah. And if you're angling,
don't grip it like a burrito.
Right.
Do it
if you're angling, if you could keep them in the water while you're handling them, that keeps them calmer too.
I've seen that hashtag, keep them wet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And grip it like a burrito, not a baby.
Yeah.
Right. Which, anyways, we'll leave it there. Anyways, thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's great talking with you, Pat. Yeah. Thanks for joining.
That's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Pat Bigelow. And if you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new people find the show, so we really appreciate it. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah Seismograph Stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone Seismic Network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Nearly 2 million visitors will come to Logan Pass during the short 2 to 3 month summer season. This shuttle stop is literally the high point of the Going to the Sun Road, as well as the high point of many visits to the park. The pass sits along the Continental Divide at 6,646 feet and treats visitors to sweeping vistas of mountains and subalpine meadows full of colorful wildflowers. The rangers at the Logan Pass Visitor Center can assist with answers to questions about the area and information on plants, wildlife, and hikes. A bookstore is also located in the Visitor Center. From the back of the Visitor Center, a boardwalk crossing flowering meadows leads to Hidden Lake Overlook. Snow often remains on the trail well into summer. This 1.5-mile walk provides visitors with dramatic views of Mount Reynolds, Clements Mountain, and sparkling Hidden Lake. Hikers can continue another 1.5 miles down a steep trail to the lake where Bear Hat Mountain rises high above on the far side. Please remain on the boardwalk and trail. A careless human step will leave a huge impact to plants in this fragile environment. Some may only grow 1/2 inch in 5 years. Across from the Visitor Center on the other side of the Going to the Sun Road, visitors can experience one of Glacier's most popular hikes in the park on the Highline Trail. Hikers often share this trail with mountain goats, so please yield the right-of-way to these alpine residents. Although there are a few precipitous spots on the trail, don't let that discourage you from enjoying some of the most spectacular views in the park. Wildlife, including bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and an occasional bear may be seen, as well as smaller animals such as Columbian ground squirrels and hoary marmots. Feeding any wildlife, large or small, is strictly prohibited. While wildlife may seem tolerant of humans, respect their need for space and do not approach. For both your safety and the safety of the animals, if an animal moves towards you, please move away. One of the truly significant features of Glacier National Park is the incredible biological diversity found here. In Glacier National Park, more plant species are found than either the cluster of Rocky Mountain National Parks to the north, around Banff and Jasper, or in the Yellowstone ecosystem to the south. At Two Dog Flats, where the prairies meet the mountains, 2 of those major communities overlap, creating an edge effect where many species of wildlife find important food and shelter. Often where the edge of one habitat type overlaps the edge of another, there is an increase in the number and diversity of species present, resulting in associations and combinations of animal communities not generally found together. Here at the Two Dog Flats area, shortgrass prairie species from the east mingle with dry East Slope Rocky Mountain forests, creating a rich environment. It's not uncommon to see coyotes and badgers hunting ground squirrels in the meadows while hawks soar overhead seeking voles and mice. Deer hidden in the forest during the day frequent the meadows in the morning and evening hours. Songbirds from the prairies and the forests alike can be heard singing their mating calls and territorial warnings. Predators find a rich source of food in areas like Two Dog Flats because of the abundance of food for prey species to take advantage of. These meadows are also important winter range for elk. Throughout the winter, a small band of several hunted elk can be found grazing in the flats and on the meadows down near St. Mary. These areas are usually blown free of snow by the near-constant winds in the St. Mary Valley, making it an easier wintering ground for them. In the spring, however, the elk move to higher ground and generally spend the summer in the mountains, seen towering in the background. If you're here in the spring or in the fall, expect to see elk in the evenings and the mornings. Two Dog Flats is beautiful any season of the year. Winter is stark and harsh, and few visitors see the park during this quiet time of the year. But in the summer, a profusion of wildflowers carpets the meadows and offer a treat for both botanists and wildlife enthusiasts. Spend a while at Two Dog Flats, and you will see that this meadow is alive with activity.
All right, Andrew. My first season working for Glacier, I was a receptionist at park headquarters.
Okay.
Lowest paid position in the park, mind you, answering questions people had via phone, email, and letter.
Gotcha.
Occasionally, we had people in person come to the front desk with a question. And one of the most challenging questions we ever got was, where is your World Heritage Site plaque?
Our what?
We are a World Heritage Site, recognized by the United Nations for protecting natural and cultural resources that are important to the whole world. And every World Heritage Site gets a plaque to commemorate this designation.
Okay, I don't think I've ever noticed this before. Where was it?
Well, that's the thing. Nobody knew. I told them I'd never heard of it, and neither had my coworker. So they described to us a 2-foot by 3-foot bronze plaque, and we started asking around. We asked our boss, who coordinates exhibits around the park. He didn't know. We asked facilities management. They didn't know. We asked the superintendent. Nope. We asked everyone in headquarters and started calling all over the park to see if anyone had any idea where it might be. And then it turned out it was in Canada.
Oh, that explains it.
Glacier National Park's northern boundary is the 49th parallel, also known as our border with Canada, and right across the border in Alberta is Waterton Lakes National Park. And the World Heritage Site plaque was displayed at a pavilion in Waterton. So I wanted to call up somebody who works there.
You know, that's a great question, and I don't know that I fully know the answer to that. We've recently redone the pavilion in Waterton, so I don't know if that plaque is actually still visible there or not. That's something I'll have to go look for now. Exactly.
That's Natalie Hodge.
My name is Natalie.
Who works for Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS.
I am the interpretation coordinator in Waterton Lakes National Park.
Waterton, a literal stone's throw away, has been Glacier's neighbor since the very beginning.
Yeah, Waterton was actually created in 1895, and it was originally titled the Forest Park Reserve.
2 years before Glacier was established as a forest preserve in 1897.
Wow, that's really early.
Not to mention that Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS, also beat us to the punch.
Parks Canada was actually founded in 1911, and it actually became the world's first national park service.
Predating the National Park Service by 5 years.
The two parks, administered separately in their respective nations, oversee a contiguous landscape that doesn't recognize the political boundary that separates them.
There's many jokes about animals not needing a passport in order to go back and forth between the two nations. We've seen black bears go back and forth across the border with no issue. Sometimes same with moose as well.
Now, that elusive plaque that I mentioned.
Yeah.
If you manage to find it, wherever it is, it wouldn't say Glacier National Park on it. So we refer to our park, each of our parks, in kind of abbreviated names. Glacier National Park, Waterton Lakes National Park. But what is the full name of our parks together?
The full name of our parks together would be Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Our two parks share more than an international border. Waterton and Glacier National Parks agreed that this incredible landscape deserves our cooperation, setting aside political divisions to cooperate in the management of everything from invasive or endangered species to wildland fires.
For example, if there's a fire in Waterton Lakes National Park, often fire crews from Glacier will come down and help, and then vice versa.
And while there are over 100 international or transboundary parks and protected areas today, back in 1932, we were the first ever international peace park.
Which, on top of signaling management cooperation, was a symbol of goodwill between nations, a statement of unity that in 1932, in between two world wars, must have been refreshing. With a passport, Waterton is just a few hours away from most places in Glacier, and there are a lot of ways to experience it.
Yeah, there's some remarkable hiking opportunities in Waterton that range from short trips to all-day outings.
And a personal favorite of mine is to visit some of the phenomenal restaurants in Waterton town site.
Yeah, we don't have quite the same variety down here.
But Natalie leads what I think is the coolest way to see the place, a way to really experience the international part of our title, the International Peace Park hike.
I have definitely been fortunate over the years and have been able to lead that Peace Park hike, and it's probably one of the coolest elements of my job working for Parks Canada. The hike is unique really in the sense that participants start out hiking in Canada, get to cross an international border by foot, and finish the hike in the United States. And our audience members are generally quite excited about the opportunity to be able to hike in 2 countries in one day.
It's so cool. They even hold a little hands across the border ceremony.
And this is where participants line up on either side of the international border, and they shake hands as a sign of peace and goodwill with those across from them. And this is a long-standing tradition of the hike, and it's been ongoing since the creation of the hike in 1978.
The International Peace Park Hike, or IPP, is 14 kilometers long, or just over 8.5 miles. You essentially walk the length of Upper Waterton Lake to wind up back in Glacier, where you'll finally catch a ride on the International, a 200-passenger boat that's ferried people across Waterton Lake since 1928.
Yeah, and from having taken that ride myself, it really stands out as one of the most unique experiences anywhere in either park.
Yeah, I agree.
Even just looking into the other country, let alone getting to hike or boat into it, is powerful.
Now, again, you do need a passport to visit Waterton, and you need a reservation to ride the International or to join the IPP. But no matter what you do on your visit, seeing both sides of the border will only enrich your experience. So the next time you come to visit, make sure you visit our sister park. Keep that spirit of goodwill alive, and maybe, if you're lucky, you could even find that plaque. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here. Now, we've mentioned so far that Glacier has a lot of titles.
National Park, World Heritage Site.
But today we're going to focus on just one of them, International Peace Park, an agreement between the NPS and Parks Canada to cooperatively manage our shared resources.
And no place better represents the International Peace Park than Goat Haunt, one of the most remote and least visited regions of Glacier.
Okay, real quick, what's with the name? Goat Haunt?
Yeah, it's kind of an archaic term, but a haunt is a place where someone or something hangs out. So essentially, Goat Haunt is a place where the mountain goats like to hang.
Oh, I see. Well, odds are, even if you've been to Glacier before, you probably haven't made it to Goat Haunt. And for good reason.
Yeah, there are no roads leading to it. And the shortest hike to get there is 22 miles.
Shortest hike from the US, that is. So you could either backpack for a few days south of the border, or you can drive to Canada.
Yeah, Goat Haunt sits at the southern tip of Upper Waterton Lake, one of the largest lakes in either park, which stretches across the border into both Canada and the US.
Meaning Goat Haunt is just about 3 miles from the Canadian border.
Yeah, so people overwhelmingly access Goat Haunt from Waterton Lakes National Park.
Well, now I understand where the name comes from. Waterton Lake, Waterton Lakes. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so some people get there on foot, like on that International Peace Park hike, but most people arrive to Goat Haunt by boat.
Including even the rangers that work there.
Yeah, talk about a commute.
So in this episode, we'll be looking at what it means to be an International Peace Park, how it happened in the first place, and how it has affected those that live and work here. All right, Andrew, where is our border with Canada?
I think it's about 20, 30 miles north of here as the crow flies.
Yeah, well, could you be even more specific? Where is the border?
It lies on the 49th parallel.
Yeah, exactly. The 49th parallel was first proposed as a border by the Hudson's Bay Trading Company in 1714, which is a story for another day, but it was ultimately adopted by the US and British governments, because at the time, Canada was still under British rule. Now, British and American teams surveyed the border in the 1860s, with brief interruptions for the Civil War, and monuments were erected that cemented a border nearly 4,000 miles long.
But did you know that that survey was actually wrong?
Wait, really?
Yeah. The border was first surveyed when we still thought the Earth was a sphere, but it's actually an oblate spheroid.
What?
Essentially, it's a sphere that bulges at the equator due to rotation. All that to say, the original line doesn't perfectly follow the 49th parallel.
Really?
No, it's close, but it's not exact.
Spheroid and all, it does transect present-day Waterton lakes and Glacier National Parks.
And visiting the border between the parks today, you'll notice the only thing separating the two countries is a swath of cleared trees, a 20-foot wide unvegetated line continuing into the horizon.
And as far as this area is concerned, the most meaningful discussions of that symbolic boundary occurred not in the halls of Congress or Parliament, but on the trail and around the fire.
Two of the earliest proponents of a jointly managed park were John Kootenai Brown and Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds.
Big fans of nicknames.
Yeah, Brown was the first superintendent of Waterton Lakes National Park.
And Reynolds was the first ranger stationed in the present-day goat hunt area.
Yeah, and it was these two that hatched the idea that two parks in two countries could be managed together.
And the story of their friendship is an origin story of the Peace Park itself.
We actually know an awful lot about John Kootenai Brown. He was raised by his grandmother in Ireland during the Great Famine and led a colorful life after leaving home. He joined the Royal Militia in 1858, but never saw combat. In search of excitement, he chased a fortune in the goldfields of British Columbia, working as a prospector, constable, trapper, guide, mail carrier, swamper.
Swamper? What the heck is that?
Yeah, it's someone who steers canal boats. 50 years later, he had garnered a reputation for knowing the region as well as anyone, which led to his appointment in 1910 as the first supervisory forest ranger of Kootenai Lakes Forest Reserve, which is now our northern neighbor, Waterton Lakes National Park. At age 70, he earned $75 a month to manage the whole area.
Wait, only $75? That's like the highest ranking position in the whole park.
Yeah, it's about $2,000 in today's money.
Oh, all right. Now, much less is known about Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds. Born in Wisconsin in 1847, he and his wife moved to Montana's Flathead Valley in 1871 so he could work at a lumber mill. And to escape the nervous strain of work, 30 years later, he retired from being the supervisor at the lumber mill to become a ranger at the then Flathead Forest Preserve. When that preserve was converted to Glacier National Park in 1910, he was stationed on the southern end of Upper Waterton Lake. And while there have been biographies written of Brown, most of what we know about Reynolds we learned from his diary. Take this entry from 1912 where he's looking for poachers.
Found where some hunters had camped and hauled down a sheep or deer from the mountains, but it was in Canada, about 6 miles from the boundary line.
Which had been brought to life here by the voice talent of Ranger Bob Adams. Reynolds lived in one of the most undeveloped and least visited areas of the park, often with only wildlife as company.
Friday, October 25, 1912. When I arrived at camp, a bear had been there last night, and he raised hell. All around camp he went, looking into all 3 windows. Took a bath in the wash tub and stood in front of the looking glass and combed his hair with his scrubbing brush.
His nickname Death on the Trail was self-ascribed, and his disdain for horses led him to walk everywhere. He regularly walked 17 miles south to get his mail.
Wow. I walked just about 1 mile to get my mail, and I thought that was rough. But Reynolds would also walk north to visit Waterton, where he befriended Brown.
Yeah, he walked the full 12-mile length of Upper Waterton Lake, which starts in Montana at Goat Hunt and ends in Waterton Town Site in Alberta. Walking that whole way to visit his friend Kootenai Brown, unless he could catch a boat ride.
Sunday, October 20, 1912. Left at camp 7 a.m. in one of Mr. Hazard's boats. Went as far as Weeks Landing, where I walked to the post office, got some mail, then went to Mr. Brown's.
His duties as a backcountry ranger included looking out for poachers, forest fires, and other, quote, threats to the park.
Okay, so what constituted a threat to the park?
Well, in the early years, the Park Service was guided by a fundamentally different understanding of ecology than it is today. And Reynolds' writing illustrates this really well. Early park managers were especially eager to protect ungulates, like deer. He would actually follow deer in order to chase them towards better foraging habitat.
Left camp as soon as I could. Went up the trail that the deer took up the mountains. I located them up on a high bench, almost to the top of that mountain. I managed to get above them. There were about 40 of them. I got above them after a hard struggle. The snow was deep.
He thought he could get them to go somewhere where they'd be happier and safer if he could only jump out and surprise them.
Some went one way, while others took my trail and went down. Last of them that I saw was about 2 miles and still going. They're safe.
I think if I did that in a uniform today, people would think I was totally crazy.
And on top of chasing deer around, he would actively hunt and kill anything that could harm them. To kill coyotes, he even enlisted the help of his friend Brown, the superintendent of Waterton.
I went to one of Mr. Brown's baits for coyotes, and I found that a coyote had been there this morning and had taken a meal out of it. I followed his tracks for nearly 2 miles, and he did not show any signs of the poison, so I left. Canadian poison is no good.
In the years since, we've come to understand that predators like coyotes, wolves, and mountain lions play essential roles in the ecosystem. The practice of poisoning them has long since been abandoned.
It's not part of our job anymore. No, it's nice that attitudes have changed in that respect, and we decided that all animals have a right to be here, not just the ungulates.
That's Tracy Weiss.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Weiss. I've been working here at Belly River for the last 16 summers.
The Belly River Ranger Station where she works is one of the northernmost in the park. In fact, to hike in to meet her, I parked at the Canadian border, spitting distance from the customs office. And while Tracy and her husband Bruce work here in the summer, Reynolds worked and lived near Goat Haunt year-round with only a wood-burning stove for warmth.
It was 12 below freezing this morning.